NDC says they have a presiding officer who has some things to share as far as the results are concerned.
Good afternoon. I'm Nathaniel Clems Vanavume, a presiding officer from one of the polling centers, specifically Roman Catholic Church, Buzia Junction, Odoko 1, polling station code C16 1401. I was called last Sunday to come to the EC office. We got here on Monday morning. Then I was given a pink sheet to confirm the figures on it. So I confirmed to the returning officer. The name was my name, the signature was mine, but the figures on it and the writings wasn't mine. So he probed, he asked further questions, which I answered him accordingly. But before we concluded, I told him that particular pink sheet in front of me wasn't my document. Then he said I could leave. So after we left, then we are here today to clarify that some of the pink sheets, especially mine, for Roman Catholic Church, Buzia Junction, Odoko, the PO, Nathaniel, didn't confirm the pink sheet to the returning officer on that Monday when we got here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is it possible to engage him?
When we are done.
Thank you very much. At least I have made my points, members of the press. The returning officer of Ablekuma North lied to the whole country, and we will make sure he will face the full rigors of the law, because he told us that all the 13 POs that came here confirmed the figures on the scanned pink sheet of MPP. We are grateful to the media. Thank you very much.
So that is the organizer for Ablekuma North for the NDC in Ablekuma North. He essentially addressed the press this morning ahead of the finalization of collation exercise here at the Regional Collation Office of the old office of the Electoral Commission, essentially to say that the approach that was used by the Electoral Commission in corroborating results in some polling stations, that system itself, in his view, has been tampered with. And he gives the evidence through a presiding officer for a particular polling station who claims that the pink sheet that was the pink sheet that the Electoral Commission based on to collate some 13 results, that particular pink sheet, even though it was his signature that was on it, but the figures on it, he cannot in turn justify that indeed those were the figures that he entered on December 7 when the election was held. So what happened in Ablekuma North was that elections were held, results initially were declared with 219 polling stations out of 281 polling stations. Outstanding 62 polling station results had not been added to that number. The NPP then went to court for a mandamus application, essentially, to compel the Electoral Commission to go back and add results in these 62 polling stations. When the Electoral Commission convened on Sunday to conclude the collation, they were able to do for 41 polling stations, remaining 20 of those polling stations for which there were discrepancies in the numbers that the NPP had on their scanned pink sheets and the numbers the NDC claimed to have attained after the election. The Electoral Commission itself did not have their own results to be able to determine which of these numbers were the exact results out of the December 7 polls. As a result of that, on Monday, the presiding officers of these 20 polling stations were called in to corroborate the figures. Out of these 20, the Electoral Commission was able to get in touch with 13 of them. 13 of these persons came into the Electoral Commission's office here at Ridge, and according to the Electoral Commission, 13 of them corroborated the results. But the news and the reaction we are getting from the NDC is that there's one of the presiding officers, in addition to the 13 who came on Monday, who actually claims that the results from his polling station were not results that he declared. We thought that we would have an interaction with him to ask some questions about the situation, but we've not been able to engage him. But he, as a presiding officer of the Electoral Commission, has come to explain that indeed his signature was on the pink sheet. Indeed, it was his name on the pink sheet. However, the results that were on the pink sheet and the writings on the pink sheet are results that he cannot in his own way justify, nor can he give certainty to the Electoral Commission. And so it appears that the NDC in Ablekuma North will be challenging these 13 polling stations for which the Electoral Commission had to depend on their officers to corroborate results on a pink sheet, on pink sheets that were submitted by the NPP. Aside that, there are 7 other polling stations that the presiding officers did not make their way to the EC's office here at Ridge. And the expectation is that today, Wednesday, they'll be making their way to Ridge to be able to finalize the collation. Let's see if we can get some more reaction from the constituency organizer of the NDC for Ablekuma North. This confirmation that the presiding officer has given, for you, what does it say of the entire collation process?
You see, from day one, with the 62 pink sheets remaining, as NDC, we do not accept any one of them because all that the Electoral Commission were using was MPP's scan pink sheets. So from day one, we've always rejected it. And this is a clear case or a testimony to prove our point that they've cooked figures and they are just throwing it away. In any case, Ablekuma North constituency alone, this is the 7th time the EC is doing collation. How is this possible? Is it that the EC wants to, by all means, push a member of parliament for Ablekuma North? What is their interest? And I'm talking about EC headquarters, Jane Mensah and Bosman Asari. What is their interest? Even the last time when the returning officer said he has 7 outstanding pink sheets, he cannot continue the process. We have to be here for over 3 hours waiting for orders from above. Who is that orders from above? Is Jane Mensah the returning officer for Ablekuma North? What is her interest in Ablekuma North? But we are sending a warning to her. Her time of reckoning is getting nearer, and she will see it. What is her interest in Ablekuma North?
So, what call did you get for you to be here today? What information was relayed to you today?
Look, they don't give information. Most often, we even get information from the media. That we are coming, or are you also coming? Then I tell them, what are we doing here? The last time they called, that's why we came in late. If we had been here, if they had informed us and have been here early, when the presiding officers were rejecting the figures on the scan pink sheet of MPP, we could have raised alarm. But they did it at our blank side. When we came in, they've already collected about 10 out of the 13 pink sheets. So this is the situation we find ourselves. And we will not accept it. All that 21 pink sheets that they brought, we will not accept it. They should recall all the POs in the presence of the media, and then let's do the next recall. How can you even bring a PO when the PO doesn't bring even an ID card for us to even authenticate whether it is a real person whose name is in the scanned pink sheets? That is what they did to us here.
For today, our understanding is that they are going to continue with the collation, meaning that they are going to continue with just the 7.
If Jane Mensah, with this clear evidence, the man is still sitting here. The PO who didn't confirm the figures is still sitting here. If the EC could be this lawless and continue the process, we will all see. Because at least we've proven one person is here who is telling the whole nation that when he came here, he did not confirm the figures the returning officer showed to him. But the returning officer stood in front of you and told you all the 13 people that came confirmed the results on the pink sheets. So when the returning officer comes, we will put it to him. The two of them will meet face to face in front of you, and then we'll see who is lying.
So listen, as we speak, they have about 6 of the presiding officers at the headquarters. They are coaching them. They're forcing them to.
They are coaching
we know,
all the people they are bringing
including one name. I'm mentioning the name to you because you are the media. His name is Ezekiel. He will come. He was part of those who came last time and objected to the figures on the pink sheet.
What does James Mensah want from Ablekuma?
But they have gone ahead to print some whatever papers, and they are asking him to authenticate it.
Why are you coaching them in your office?
In a meeting with James Mensah. A meeting with James Mensah with 6 presiding officers. For what?
The question many ask is that for the NDC, how come you seem not to find your own figures?
My brother, I told you here. You know, even when we went to the court made it clear that 219 polling stations were collated. It is the NDC that produced genuine pink sheets.
All of them.
All those while, MPP were saying they do not even have a single pink sheet. Having seen that we've exhausted all our pink sheets, then they spring us with surprise and brought in the scanned pink sheets. Who uses scanned pink sheets in Ghana? Do we do electronic voting in Ghana? Do we do electronic counting in Ghana? Why will we do electronic declaration in Ghana? What is happening? What interest does James Mensah have?
What challenge did you get with your remaining 62 pink sheets?
I told you, you should equally ask them. I told you there was confusion at the collation center. That is how come we were moved here. So we lost pink sheets. EC of all people are telling you they don't have a single pink sheet. So it should tell you that we all lost pink sheets along the line.
We are told that usually the political parties have another sheet that usually a score sheet used to follow the process.
Please, you do know score sheets, tally sheet. They just 1, 2, 3, 4. So what does it do? If you pick a sheet and you've written 1, 2, 3, maybe up to 200, what does it help in collation? Is the EC also telling us today, in the CI, they use tally sheets for collation?
It has gotten to a point where now you need to find a way of corroborating results. In Domikwabenya, for instance, the tally sheets of the political parties' agents, and also what the presiding officer had written on a sheet of paper, even though not recognized by the Electoral Commission, were used to identify the
They had something they were relying on from the returning officer. If you remember with the Dominic Amenia case, the returning officer has a pink sheet, but it was, I think, the one they used for trade. Exactly. So they already had something. So they needed something they can confirm with what the returning officer has. But in our case in Ablekuma, EC is telling us they don't have a single document. So they are solely relying on all the scanned documents MPP is producing to them. That is the challenge of Ablekuma.
They relied on 219 of your pink sheets.
Genuine pink sheets. Genuine, not scanned documents.
The NPP has indicated that when push comes to shove, they will present the original pink sheet.
My brother, you were here. Mr. Nimako stood in front of you and held a pink sheet telling you they have all the 282 from Ablekuma. I told you the pink sheet he brought here was from Tema Central. When MPP sat on this table and we started the collation, did they produce any pink sheets? They produced scanned documents. They were all scanned. After they even told us we have everything from Ablekuma, they couldn't produce a single one. They produced scanned ones. So, but who doesn't know NPP with lies? Do you need anybody to tell you with lies? Who is leading them? Who is leading NPP? Who doesn't know Dr. Babumia? And you saw how he was disgraced as the pool. And they will get disgrace here today. Look, we know what is going on at the EC's headquarters. We know. You see, they gave you 2 o'clock. up to now, they are still forcing the people to accept the figures on the scan sheet of MPP. That is what is going on at the EC headquarters. But in any case, out, Jemensa, what? Jemensa, please, you are a mother. You are a mother. When we are throwing words on you like that, that is not the training we were giving. But what we are doing to the good people of Ablekuma, we are telling you it is not the best.
The EC has given indication that it is using this approach to finalize its collation. For the NDC, what other way is available to bring finality to the issues in Ablekuma?
Look, the worst case scenario, since EC, you are telling us you do not have pink sheets. The worst case scenario is to rerun those polling stations. You have to go back and rerun those polling stations. Must you use illegality to correct something? Is that what we are telling? Is that what they are telling us? Go and rerun. Since the two polling stations, you claim you do not have a pink sheet. Go and run those polling stations. Go and rerun those polling stations. That is the worst case scenario. And they are telling us, you see, anyway, we are waiting for them. Maybe they have to kill us here today.
Many will say that the NDC in Ablekuma North appears to be a bit defiant because the party hierarchy had indicated, or defiant because the party hierarchy had indicated that you should have let the EC undertaking its own action.
You see, who is more lawless? We went to court, we secured an application for stay of execution and appealed for, we served the EC, we served the Ghana police. But still, EC is still collating. So who is more lawless? Who is more lawless? EC is still collating.
Isn't it the case that the stay of execution application was not heard? Because last when they went to court, it was adjourned to January 13 because the NPP side had not been properly served. And so the EC, of course, cannot be barred because of that.
You were in court. Were you in court the last time the case was heard?
We got information from the lawyer of the NDC.
The lawyer of the EC.
Of the NDC.
Of the EC confirmed that he was served with the stay of execution because the stay of execution was served to him on that fateful day at the High Court.
Yes, but the NPP was not served, and because of that, the case itself was not heard.
So we are serving. The EC is mandated by law to do the re-collation. So even if a party was not served, at least once EC have been served, they should have respected the law. That is our position.
But my question directly with respect to directives that Dr. Tanko gave here on Sunday when the collation was ongoing. The NDC didn't have agents for Tema Central, Kaikwe Central, and Techiman South, but for Ablekuma North. And he indicated that you should ignore the process.
You see, we at every stage want to expose EC. Because Tema Central were not present, their collation took about 5-10 minutes, and that was the end. Okankwe Central, maximum 30 minutes, and it was the end. Techiman South, maximum 45 minutes, and it was the end. With Ablekuma North, because we were punching figures in what the EC is doing, this is the 4th time after the last time we met. This is the 4th time we are meeting here.
So, some say this situation has occasioned us a... Some say that...
Thank you very much. I have been called for another duty. I'll get back.
All right. So that is the constituency organizer for the NDC in the Ablekuma North constituency. So he's been speaking to us. Really, it looks like the NDC in Ablekuma North, if for nothing at all, will be pushing the Electoral Commission to ignore all that has been happening here and to do a rerun of the elections in the 62 outstanding polling stations. He insists that for these 62 polling stations, it is wrong for the Electoral Commission to depend on the results from the side of the NPP. And aside that, he's had interactions with a polling station officer, a presiding officer at a polling station who was who the electoral commission depended on in corroborating results for that particular polling station. The presiding officer, in an interview with the media, indicated that indeed the pink sheet had his signature, the pink sheet has his name, but he cannot recognize the writings on it, neither can he recognize the figures on the pink sheet. For the NDC, this is an indication that the other 13 polling stations that were confirmed by the Electoral Commission, the other 13 polling stations that were confirmed by the Electoral Commission, they might have done so without the express confirmation from the presiding officers. But that notwithstanding, from the side of the Electoral Commission, they have 7 polling stations outstanding, and we were called here to be here at 11:30 a.m. It's past 2 o'clock. The collation has not begun, but of course, this is the Regional Collation Center, and the setup has been the same since Sunday, when the Electoral Commission and the political parties came to the EC's office, all in fulfillment of the orders of the court as a result of the mandamus application. And so, in your shot, you can see some agents of the various political parties. At the extreme end is Evans Nimakon of the NPP. He is Director of Research for the NPP. We've been speaking to the NDC agents here as well. Of course, the security presence within this period has been one that many will commend. Obviously, attributable to the directions of the court, because the Inspector General of Police was directed by the court to ensure that there's adequate and armed security presence at the collation center. Before you get into the Ridge office, you would get a sense of the heavy security, where persons who only have tags and have been accredited by the Electoral Commission are allowed into the premises of the Electoral Commission. Serious security scrutiny, and on the compound of the Electoral Commission as well, you get to see police officers, immigration officers stationed at vantage points. And obviously, as the shots in the collation room will show, that there are police officers and as well as immigration officers on standby to provide the needed security support to the Electoral Commission as it carries out its mandate to the people. This is one that the Electoral Commission is seeking to do to bring a finality to the presidential and parliamentary results. Of course, the presidential results were declared without the votes of 9 constituencies, but the Commission will want to have a tally of all the results and to be able to gazette them. And for the parliamentary results, we know that 275 parliamentarians have been sworn in. 275 parliamentarians have been sworn in by the Speaker of Parliament, even though there was an injunction on the Member of Parliament for Equatia. The Clerk of Parliament, before chairing the election of the Speaker of Parliament, gave notice to the House that he has received the injunction application or the injunction order from the Koforidua High Court on the NPP's parliamentary candidate, Ns Kumi, and the MP-elect for Akwetia. And he read the relevant constitutional provisions that suggest that when he goes ahead to participate in the votes, he goes ahead to participate in parliamentary proceedings when he knows that he is not eligible to do so, then he may be exposing himself to some sanctions. The minority leader, Alexander Penyomarkin, rose to his feet and gave a speech on the behalf of NS Kumi, where he indicated that NS Kumi has decided to bear the consequences. Now, in doing so, he made reference to what happened in 2021 when the NPP claimed to have secured an injunction application against the MP for Ascend North, Jachi Kwesen, when Jachi Kwesen decided to bear the consequences and still be sworn in and still participate in the election of the speaker. And so, similarly, in the case of Akutia, the NPP's candidate, NS Kumi, decided to do same. The speaker, the clerk went ahead to indicate that they had one outstanding constituency, which outstanding constituency is that of Ablekuma North. 7 polling stations left to be done, but as we speak, the Deputy Director of Research and Elections for the Electoral Commission, Fred Tete, he has just made his way to the Collation Center. And what it means is that pretty soon the Electoral Commission may begin the collation of the results. The information as we have is that the Electoral Commission is seeking to finalize collation and make a declaration today. And so from all indication, what it means is that for the Electoral Commission, they would complete collation today. So that's Fred Tete, Mr. Serbo-Kweku, Director of Training for the Electoral Commission, just entered the collation room, and he's entered into the inner perimeter as well, which suggests that pretty soon the collation will be done. Well, there are about 4 tables, and from the gestures that we are seeing, Serbo-Kweku appears to be giving an indication that the collation will continue on the 2nd table. In short, is the returning officer for Ablekuma North Constituency parliamentary election in the blue shirt. And so pretty soon, we should expect that the collation should continue. And if we get the opportunity to interact with the Electoral Commission, we'll do well to put to them the issues that have been raised by the NDEC, very critical issues of a presiding officer who is claimed to have corroborated results on scanned pink sheets of the NPP, claiming that even though his signature was on the pink sheet, even though his name was on the pink sheet, the figures he cannot testify to same to the handwritings on it. But the EC officers have taken their chairs. Of course, this is a constituency-related collation, and so it's expected that the constituency officers will be the ones directly in charge. However, there's support and supervision from the national level, and so Fred Tete, Dr. Serbo-Kweku is also here, and also one of the directors is also here as well to provide support to the constituency officers of the Electoral Commission to finalize collation. The court had given the Electoral Commission on or before Monday, January 6th, to complete the collation exercises. But obviously, as we've always been bringing you on this channel, the Electoral Commission consistently have faced challenges, have faced problems in ending the collation. And so they have been doing this so far within a 3-day 3 days period, not continuously, but we've been here 3 days. And the hope and expectation is that on the 3rd day, which is today, the Electoral Commission will end with a collation. There appears to be questioning as to who somebody is. And from the gestures that we've seen, one of the directors is pointing at the said person who indicated that he was or he is a presiding officer for one of the polling stations. Let's see if we can get some sounds on that.
So if you have any questions, just Commissioner Director ask.
You cannot come and tell me what to do.
You can equally ask. We don't do it.
So the question is, who is this gentleman? This gentleman, as we have come to know, is a presiding officer of one of the, there you have him in your shot, one of the polling stations, who claim that the results on the pink sheet are not results that he entered into the pink sheet, and the handwriting he's been questioned by the regional director of the Electoral Commission as well as one of the directors at the national office, but he's been made to leave the inner perimeter, obviously from all indication. The NDC, it appears they're asking him to leave the inner perimeter.
Exactly. So, media, Mr. Nathaniel is here. We have the EC officials here. If they can also counter his facts, they can also make their case. Yes, because we brought him here, and the last time we met, anyway, we've already made our case, so you should sit down.
Well, so there you have the constituency organizer of the NDC in the Ablekuma North constituency. He says he's already made his case, and his case is that he's brought Nathaniel here, who claims to be a presiding officer for one of the polling stations. He claims that on Monday he was brought here to corroborate the results from his polling station, even though he admits that the signature on the pink sheet was a signature and that his name was on the pink sheet. The figures on the pink sheet and the writings on the pink sheet is one that he cannot testify to. At the moment, the returning officer for Ablekuma North is trying as much as possible to give down his ground rules for which the collation will be done, and he's asking the NDC to give them 2 polling station, 2 agents, and then the NPP to also give him 2 agents to undertake the collation of the remaining 7. But from what has transpired this morning, we believe that the NDC may bring up the issues with respect to the 13 polling stations that were done earlier because of they identifying a polling station agent, a presiding officer of the Electoral Commission, who claims that his results were not, the results that were on the pink sheet scanned by the NDC, the NPP, and presented to the Electoral Commission were not results that he can testify to it. Well, the collation officer He has just entered the collation room. He's in the inner perimeter at the moment with his machine. Of course, he will set up pretty soon, and the collation itself will begin here at the office. Dr. Shibokweko appears to be, he wants to have a word with the returning officer for Ablekuma North. They may be addressing the press shortly, and we'll try and get that sound from them.
Wow, a question that was great. Good.
We should go back.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I think 3 days ago.
You in here who told you earlier on that when he was called by the returning officer, he did not confirm the figures on the scanned pink sheets of MPP. Yet, the EC returning officer for Ablekuma North told us that all the 13 people that came here confirmed. I don't know why the EC is running away from the cameras. They should come and say otherwise to these facts.
But have you officially brought this to the attention of the commission?
Whether officially, do the EC respect anything? They were even served with court order. Are they respecting it? That the only mouthpiece we have now is the media, and we are grateful for the work you are doing for us. This is our point. The guy, the PO, is still in this room, in the office of the EC, at their regional office. Why they should come, debate, you and me. I did not confirm, you confirm, and then let's see. Why are they running away from it? I told you we have 3. We have 3. Strategically, I'll be pulling them one after the other at every stage.
But why don't you go through the process? Are you going to go through the process with them today?
The process have been followed. For EC to tell you 13 people confirmed, and I'm able to prove to you, one person just spoke to you, that he did not confirm on that day, all that they are going to do is charade.
But your representatives are sitting there.
I'm telling you, you will see what will happen when the game starts.
Are you going to be disruptive?
Why will we be disruptive? We will make sure the orders, the rules and regulations that governs election in Ghana is duly followed on this table. We do not use scanned pink sheets for collation, as I told you earlier on.
It has been used for more than 40
It is
polling.
illegal. Now that we've proven to you, Gafili Gadoki, that what they are doing here is criminal. How can you forge and come and force, coerce somebody to tell you that you should accept the figures? And indeed, the information we also have, all those seated there, the POs they brought, they've coached them from the head office and they've brought them in.
How do you know this?
Exactly.
How do you know this?
Exactly. This is where we are meeting. Media, you were invited to come to the EC regional office. NDC was invited to come to the regional office. Why do you take the POs to the headquarters to go and meet Jim Mensah? After meeting Jim Mensah and coaching them on what to say and what not to say, you are now bringing them here. We will see what will happen at the table. We will see what will happen at the table.
Why won't you sit with them and judge, or rather?
What is there to judge when they've shown clear bias and criminality? What is there to judge from day one? Who uses scanned pink sheets? Not from the EC. This, you see, the point we keep making is that these scanned pink sheets are not from the EC. They are from a political party. And EC has taken MPP's scanned pink sheet as their bona fide property, and they want to impose an MP for us in Ablekuma North. Why would this happen? Who will accept this? And just as I said, why is it Ablekuma North alone? This is the 7th Re-collation. Is this what they call? Let me even address the Chief Justice. Chief Justice, we want to plead with you. You gave an order for Re-collation, but EC is abusing this order you gave them.
Looks like
And we are also appealing to the IGP. It's because every time they are provided with over 500 policemen, that is why they go on with their illegality.
looks like the presiding officer is beginning with his collation, and so we'll observe to see what exactly will happen here. But essentially, the NDC continues to say that they cannot accept the process for collating the 62 results, for accepting the 62 results. But the Electoral Commission appears that they are going to continue with this process and follow it through in their own way.
I'm saying if you have something to tender,
It's a point of order. It's a point of order. You cannot stop me from raising a point of order.
I'm saying if you have
No,
something to
where we
tender,
are,
tender.
I'm coming. Where we are left with 7. The 7 has already been disputed based on the figures. So you have them. So they don't have any right to bring anything. That's all that I'm saying. They have already exhausted. Wait. They have exhausted their application.
Please.
Listen to them.
Please.
No. You brought all the
Please tender in your seats.
But you shouldn't ask them because they already didn't like that. And we will not accept anything from them.
Please tender in.
That's what I'm trying to say. You don't have that right. I do. You don't. As I sit on this table.
So what we just observed is that the Electoral Commission has asked the parties to submit to them any form of documentation or any form of results that they think that they have in their possession. The NDC, we see, appears to have some photocopied-like pink sheets. And the NPP also were told we're about to submit something to the Electoral Commission, but what we get from the NDC in the brief interaction they had in a
What kind of commentary is this? What kind of commentary are you giving?
I mean,
Are you giving commentary on this?
yes,
Yeah, you're live on TV. You're live on TV.
This is what I'm live on this.
you're live on TV.
I'm not Mr. Tete.
Mr. Tete.
Tell him my actual name.
Mr. Tete. Yes, so you come back to us. So that is Deputy Director of Elections for the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission has not spoken directly yet on the issues as have been raised by the NDC, but the NDC claim that they know this as a matter of a fact. The Electoral Commission at the moment is the returning officer for Ablekuma North is getting documents from the political parties, and based on the documents that he will get from the political parties, he will try as much as possible to then corroborate with what he has or what the NPP has presented to them, and then use that to come to a finality on what the results in Ablekuma North really are. The Ablekuma North Constituency, of course, situated in the Greater Accra region. I mean, key areas within the constituency are Odoko and Odoko, Dakuman, some portions of Dakuman. The constituency has been one that the NPP consistently has been winning in past elections. and the NDC in the 2028 election were hopeful of winning that seat. And since the earlier declaration with 219 polling stations out of the 281 polling stations, the NDC has claimed that indeed they won the election in the Ablekuma North constituency. But that the NPP has objected to, saying that no results can be declared with 219 polling stations out of 281 polling stations when there are outstanding 62 polling stations. The NDC in this election was represented by Irabna Obin, while the NPP was represented by its former MP in the person of Nana Ekuya Efriye. Nana Ekuya Efriye was the Member of Parliament for the NPP, and in the NPP's parliamentary primaries in 2020, she lost to Sheila Battels. Nana Ekuya Efriye was subsequently appointed as ambassador to China, and based on after that her service in China and during the party's primaries, she actually came down to contest and defeated Sheila Battels, went into the election, and now the results are yet to be declared because consistently the NDC has had issues with the collation process, and they believe that the Electoral Commission and the New Patriotic Party are working hand in hand. Well, at the moment, we can see some conversations between the NDC's organizer and the constituency and Evans Nimakon of the NPP. We'll try and see if the presiding officer is using the figures available to him that has been given to him by the parties and also by the NPP and the NDC to come to a determination of what the exact figures are. You're still watching Channel 1 TV and listening to City 97.3 FM. The Electoral Commission, as we speak, is still trying as much as possible to corroborate the results from the two political parties. The Commission the director of elections and research of the NPP appears to be interacting to the other officers, other political party agents, that they should ensure that sanity prevails, and that while all of them are doing politics, they aim to do this to the betterment of Ghana, and there's no need for anarchy to be between them. At the moment, what is happening is that the Electoral Commission is trying to keep a very limited number as stipulated by law. Every political party is supposed to have two agents here. Let's try and pick some sounds from Evans Namako of the NPP.
That was on the 4th. That the EC was directed to conduct the Re-collation of Ablekuma North, the remaining 62 polling stations. I think we've come far. Techima South was about 147. We've been able to finish with that. Ablekuma North 62. It's been forth and back. But out of the directives of the courts, the EC gave the guidelines and said that parties must submit to the returning officer their copies of the results, be it Form 8A in 8 form, or a certain scanned copy or soft copy, which will be subjected to the EC's own verification or authentication. And it's been forth and back.
I like the explanations you are giving us, but for now the police seems to be blocking our view. If you don't mind, let's move just a little further forward so we can have a clear view of what you are saying. I think the general public will appreciate exactly what you are telling us, and this is what we need to be telling the general public so they can follow keenly what exactly is happening here. You may continue.
I think we should, as a nation, allow the law to operate. We have 276 constituencies where there are 275 of them have been declared pending Ablekuma North. Why are we here today? 7 polling stations out of the 281 are pending. And what are the issues? Parties were directed by the EC to submit their copies of the results from 8A, either soft or hard copy, for EC's authentication. The last time we were here, presiding officers were invited by the returning officer to confirm the results they issue to parties in writing, as in the Form 8A. That's all about the issue.
The allegation the NDC makes is that one of the presiding officer says the results that were entered on the polling on the pink sheets were not results that he can testify to, and even the handwriting.
I expect you, the media, to contact the said presiding officer.
He's right here. We spoke with him.
1 minute.
Okay.
You've asked me a question. The Form 8A has Section A, Section B, and Section C. Is it not ridiculous that your handwriting is in Section A and Section C, but not in Section B? Wouldn't it be ridiculous? I think for me, it is too preposterous to say that of all the pin sheets, the Form 8A, it has to be you filling A and C and not B. So this can be looked at. You understand? And I'm saying that in all these 281 polling stations were presiding officers. They conducted the elections, and at the end of the exercise gave out Form 8A. Parties at this stage will want to contest, but can we look at the issues very well?
Do you think we make headways today?
We must, because you are the media people. You were at the Collation Center at Ablekuma North, what you saw, you are failing to tell the public. This is very unfortunate. There were police officers responsible for the National Election Security Task Force. You are not querying them, you are not asking them to give us their verdict or their version of what they saw, who destroyed electoral materials. We were here. The EC conducted an exercise to get data from Dominic Kwabenya, based on which they declared the results. And this is the new Patriotic Party. Action we will take will follow through after the Gazette. And so that's what we are doing. We expect all of us to be law-abiding. But it is so unfortunate. We all experience insults, threats, and all that. But everybody has been silent. But we will be quiet and be law-abiding and see what the EC will do. We hope that today we will have conclusion to the issue pending in Ablekuma North.
Thank you very much. Look like the NDC still have issues.
5 POs. And we as a party have also digged and bring 1 PO. They are saying they will not accept our PO to also come and then testify.
Why won't you accept their 5 POs? Why?
We've accepted their 5 POs. They are seated here. We are expecting 7 POs. They brought in 5. We also digged and we brought in 1 PO. He sees Dr. Sribro is telling us he will not accept our one PO. They will only work with the 5 the EC brought that they coached from head office.
How do you know they were coached? How do you know?
That is why I'm telling you. This we have all their contact numbers. They were surprised we got their contact numbers. We were engaging them. Once they were there, they were telling us, they were texting us what was going in there. That is why I told you emphatically that Jemensa was coaching them at the headquarters.
We can't take that because
You will not be there, and I'm telling you on authority. This is what our inside intel also gave us.
What's the way forward in all this? What's the way
So
forward?
ask Dr. Sribwo, you are expecting 7 POs. EC, you've brought 5. Why are you refusing for the NDC to also bring the other POs?
Where is that one presiding officer? Where is he at the moment?
Yes, it's at the back of the door. He's been stopped from coming in. Dr. Sribwo has given order that he shouldn't be allowed in.
Dr. Sribwo, so
Dr. Sribwo, your name have been mentioned. Your name have been mentioned directly. What does that mean?
Yeah, so okay. There is you were all here 3 days ago. Personally, I don't even know the presiding officers because I didn't recruit them. They were recruited and trained by the return officer. So the return officer told us that for the 7th, he will go and come back and see what he will do. So no matter what we do, that we come under police escort. So they all report at our corporate office. Then we bring them to this place under police escort because some of them said they were attacked at the collation center, so they need to be protected. That's why we come under police escort. When we finish, we take them to the office, then they go to where they came from. So to me, the return officer recruited them, he trained them, and he has brought whoever has been brought here. So we are all watching. So let's listen to how he's going to go around.
no, the allegation is that you've accepted 5 of the arrows.
I'm saying that I have not accepted anybody.
Okay,
I personally don't even know them.
So you've not prevented anybody from coming inside?
the one outside, I'm told there's one person.
The NDC claims there's one outside who has been prevented from coming in.
But you know that you should be aware that it's not everybody who can come in. That's what you should know. For security reasons, it's not everybody who can come in. But I'm not aware of whoever has been sent there. But the issue is that it is the return officer who recruited and trained them. He knows his presiding officers.
Can we confirm the person outside, if indeed the person worked at the Constituency?
Confirming for me. I'm saying that I don't even know the
returning
presiding
officer is here, so can we let the person
Please, let's allow the presiding officer to do his work. Let's allow the presiding officer to do his work.
You say that the presiding officers were sent to the corporate office they came to the so that you bring them in a convoy. The NDC claims that it was rather to coach them on what to say.
Don't worry. The people who are here, they are not children. They are adults. So the return officer brought them. So see how he's going to handle that.
So, Doc,
The other
what you are
person
saying
will
is
see.
the person outside now, can we bring the person
I don't know
in to
anybody
confirm-
outside.
To confirm if indeed the
I
person-
don't know anybody outside.
Can the
Because I said
person
that
just-
it is the return officer who recruited and trained the
We
person.
need 7 returning officers. We have 5 now. We are told one person
Please
is outside.
allow the return officer to do his work.
Very well. Thank you.
Allow the return officer.
Hello, colleagues from the media. I think we can all help resolve this issue amicably. From the others from the court, 62 polling stations from Ablekuma North, as many as 147 Teshima and South have been done. I think we should all be fair to ourselves. And I'm happy that yesterday, Mr. President said we should let the truth lead the way. The EC engaged presiding officers for all polling stations, 281, including special voting center. It is for a presiding officer to say that, yes, in my polling station, I fill the Form 8A. Form 8A has Section A, Section B, and Section C. These are my handwriting, these are my signature. And please, there were agents of parties. From the orders of the courts, parties are supposed to submit to the EC, either soft copy or hard copy, Form 8A. The New Patriotic Party has done same. The EC took the opportunity to say that let all presiding officers come in person to confirm whether they issue out this Form 8A or not. Interestingly, in all these polling stations were security officials. At the Collation Center was security officials responsible for election management and its security arrangement. Why are we overstretching ourselves? The New Patriotic Party will only plead and plead with stakeholders. Let's allow the stakeholders. We can understand, yes, I mean, for some other reasons, people want their party to know that they are in the forefront to defend their interests. It's not out of place, but the truth will stand at all times. Let's query the pin sheet, whether scanned or the Form 8A in its original form, which comes to parties in a form of scan or carbon copy. It is for us as media to find out. Presiding officer, were you there at the polling station? Is that the Form 8A you issued out? If not, we've come far. 281, and we are left with 7. We shouldn't be doing this to ourselves. Thank you very much.
So the fundamental issue is about the admission of scanned copies. They believe that that can be altered. Don't you agree with them?
I'm surprised you asked this question.
Why so?
When they ask the lawyers when they go to court, when they attach documents to their processes, what do they add? It's not scanned copies, print out copies, and you allow this and you are querying this, that somebody is raising issue about scanned copies, and you want to amplify it.
I am
very unfortunate.
I'm asking
and now
relevant
the
question.
other
Yes,
time,
because,
I think
because scanned copies can be edited. You don't agree? Scanned copies can be edited.
Hold on. The other time, I referred you to the Electronic Transaction Act, and I said, look at it at 772. The scanned copies, electronic form, is admissible at all times, and the EC's own guidelines indicate that you come to us with hard copy or soft copy. Is that not it? And you don't want to discuss that?
Would you admit
The question, Mr. Nimbakwe,
the NDC submit scanned copies?
Let them submit, and the EC will then authenticate it.
Right.
They are authenticating it with the presence of presiding officers.
Right.
Do you have issue with that?
As far as the EC is okay with it,
So
stakeholder.
we have submitted ours.
Right.
Let others also submit theirs.
Right.
And they let the EC authenticate it. I don't have to insult you. But you've been here. You've been here. And individuals have been insulting all of you. And nobody is uttering a word.
Which individual is insulting us? I don't remember anybody. So.
Mr. Nimako, the question is, if you have your original pink sheets, and as you claim that you want a headway out of this, why don't you bring the original pink sheets?
Thank you for this question. You know what? I stood in front of you and said the New Patriotic Party has resolved from all the 281, and I showed it to you. Our copies were those that were issued to us by the presiding officers. We scanned them and we printed them. Unfortunately, when we went to the collation center, you saw what happened, the attack on our agent. So we lost some carbon copies of Form 8A issued to us by the EEC. But thankfully, I can today email to you all the 281 Form 8A that we have. And they are not altered by anybody.
Tampered? You have not tampered in?
I hope you heard me right. They are not documents that anybody.
You have a presiding officer claiming that the results on the pink sheet is not one that he can testify to.
Let me respond to you. And that returning officer, presiding officer, if you be truthful to himself, he is on record. He said from Section A, Section B are his handwriting, but he does not remember Section B. You can see Section A, you can see Section C of the Form 8A, but you are not sure of Section B. Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's Evans Nimako of the New Patriotic Party. For him, he doesn't believe that the presiding officer is even saying the truth, but there appear to be some disagreement between the returning officer and the agents for the NDC. So it's been a difficult one for the returning officer. I must believe he appears agitated to an extent, but for him, he says that the only way to allow for sanity to prevail is that there's no need for the agents to argue amongst themselves, and if anybody has an issue, that person should rather interact with him, and so he's not allowing any form of confrontation between the political party agents who are here, but rather an engagement between himself and the respective agents. At the moment, it appears the NDC are trying as much as possible to give out their version of the results to the NDC. We can see that on a computer, there's an Excel sheet where the NDC appears to be taking out results from its Excel sheet and giving them to the presiding of the returning officer.
NDC objects to the statement and declaration of school statement, but as a commission and as a returning officer, I can see it's an authentic, so I'm using it to do my work.
No. This is not coming from you. You won't accept this. You won't accept this. You won't accept this. This is not even coming from you. You won't accept it. Don't just look at the mail paper and tell us what we can do. You won't accept this. You won't accept this.
When we met the last time, MPP brought in all their 7 scan pink sheets. From nowhere, you were here that they told us they do not have pink sheets. Today, they've gone to generate a new pink sheet and they are tendering it in. So the question is, if you have this, why did you submit your scanned documents? We told you that how come we are not able to. The confusion that we lost our pink sheets.
What has happened now, as we hear, is that you objected to the results on the pink sheet, but the EC says it is accepting it.
Exactly.
I said it will never be here. It will never happen here. This will never happen here.
Let me address my issue. This will never happen. Stop what you're doing. It will never happen. Hey. This will never happen. This will never happen. This will never happen. It will never happen.
This is how the NDC organizer did on the 8th of December in Ablekuma. All the TV stations, you are seeing him, the way he...
Here at the Executive Regional Office of the NDC and the police are here
It appears that the NDC's organizer has been apprehended by the police.
Don't let me live here. Yes, don't let me live here. We are not living down. Yes, I beg you. We are keeping peace.
But let me go and see what is happening. I beg you.
Peace.
I understand you.
We won't be here and cause disaster.
I beg you.
So don't
Alaji,
go there. Don't go
no,
there.
Alaji, but let me also go. No, Alaji.
You can't move.
Alaji, you can't leave. Alaji, don't take me out. Alaji, don't take me out.
Wait. Look, you can't move him. He's talking to you. You can't move him outside. Why are you moving him outside? You see, you are moving him outside. Relax. Don't take it out. Relax. Don't take it out. Relax.
The police attempt to keep the peace almost arrested the NDC's agent. What just happened?
Because we have shown a pink sheet. EC has shown a pink sheet, and which is the original pink sheet, carbon one. Then he said he will not accept it because why? Why are they showing it now? And this is exactly what he did at the Collation Center on the 8th of December. And he's the same person who tear all the EC pink sheet, all NPP pink sheet, and today the person is still working freely.
So now the pink sheet that has been shown, where is it?
No, that's the one that he has thought, but I've taken it. I've taken it from him and I've given it to the EC.
So he's taking it?
No, I have taken it from him and I hand it over to the EC.
You handed it?
We have never said we don't have pink sheet. My brother, you people journalists should always be honest. What do you mean by we don't have pink sheet? So yes, the pink sheets that we show, were they not here when we started using that this thing, the scan document pink sheets? Good. Yes. Because when you go to some of the police stations, there's some of the pictures.
Want to take the hazard with we've got the original. We are challenging it. What do they want us to do?
Nobody. Why? You allow them to do whatever that's so Ghana, we don't have law. Since they law one, these guys are misbehaving. And they know that they have lost the election. If you know you have won the election, allow the process to go on. Allow the process to go on. If only you know you won the election.
went to Supreme Court, we came back to High Court. And then the court has also ordered that if they should come back and continue their job, we brought in the scan copies, the clear copies that we used from day one. Today you are challenging it. We said no problem. We've gone to come for the original. We brought the original to you are challenging it. So now what exactly do they want?
So how many police stations are you going to?
So the situation here is that the NPP appears to have produced the original pink sheets in their own words. The NDC looked at the results on the pink sheet and said that they disagree with it.
Telling you the media is that if they are claiming that they have won the parliamentary, if they are claiming, they should allow the process to go on so that we see who wins. We should see who's winning. Is that not it? But if you know that you have won an election, why are you tearing pages? Why are you burning pieces? Why are you destroying property of government? But me, as I know that we have won, you see how come I am. Have you seen me fighting somebody? But if you know that you have the right thing. Yes. Me, I didn't want it. It was because I know that I can take because like the way I took it from him. I took it from him, my brother. Don't be a lie. Don't behave like him. Be honest with yourself. You understand? Look at them too. Look at them too.
The EC at the moment, the police at the moment is trying to drive some persons who are here as observers out of the collation room. He insists that he shouldn't be pushed, but obviously the Ghana Police Service is not giving in to that. It's quite confusing here at the Regional Collation Center of the Electoral Commission. The NPP produced polling stations to produce pink sheets to the returning officer for Ablekuma North. The NDC objected to the results the NDC objected to the results. However, the confusion continues unabated. The presiding officer, the returning officer, is trying as much as possible to continue. Let's see if we can speak with the presiding officer who came here to object to one of the results.
That's what I told the officer when I came last Monday.
Handwritings on the pink sheet.
Yes, the figures and some part of the handwritings wasn't mine. That's what I told the returning officer. That was what happened on Monday.
You feel the handwritings, the writings were manipulated?
I can't say. I just know it's not mine. So I don't know where from. The signature was mine. The name was mine too. The name was mine. The signature was mine.
We are told that the forms are in.
No, I didn't want them.
We are told the forms are in 3 parts. Is it on 3 different parts? Is it all the writings on the 3 separate forms that
3 parts as in I don't get
A, B, C. And 2, you don't recognize the handwriting on both A, B, and C, or just B?
I don't recollect what the A part, the B part, the C part, unless I see a picture now. So I want.
Last I was here, when they were asking you questions, I remember you saying they asked you how many people were rejected. You said 2. Did you say that?
Yes, I remember.
You said 2, and they asked you, "Is this your signature?" You said yes.
Yes.
And they also turned the thing, and they asked how many voted. You said about 200 something. But you don't know the something.
Exact figure.
So when the man asked you about 200 something, and you said yes. So when they looked into the paper, they saw 29 something. If you remember.
Yep, I remember.
And you said with that one, you don't remember, but you remember.
So are you objecting to the results on the paper, or your memory just cannot serve you right?
I can't say my memories cannot serve me right because I'm very. But what I know is I know my handwriting. What I said last Monday, and that's the same thing I'm telling you now. The figures and the writing, especially the handwriting of the figures.
The figures in words.
In words.
In words.
Wasn't mine writing. The pada was mine. That was my name and my signature. And at the top, there were some numbers that I recollect, like it looked my handwriting. But the rest weren't my handwriting.
Do you remember anybody helping you fill out the form?
I'm a PO. Nobody can help me fill out a form.
Were you the one who filled the entire portion? Do you remember filling the portions of the votes in words?
Yes, I did everything on the pink sheet.
The question the NPP is asking is that how possible then is that same form where your signature is, for which you've not alleged that your signature has been doctored, but the figures that nobody helped you write, that figures are not your handwriting?
Actually, I can't answer that because I don't know where that document was coming from.
But you
called me, so I am just telling you. I know my signature. I know my handwriting. That was mine. I told them yes, this is mine.
Do you remember writing on that paper?
Yes. So I remember writing because I filled all the pink sheets.
And at the time when you filled, did you fill the portions of the results?
Yes, I did all.
The question is, if your signature wasn't doctored, and indeed you wrote the everything on the sheet, is it possible for anybody to have a second pink sheet with your signature on it and then doctor results?
Second pink sheet, I don't understand.
I'm saying that you admit to your signature on the document. You admit to writing everything on the form.
On the pink sheet.
On the pink sheet. But now the portion for the results you claim were not written by you or are not handwritings you admit. My question is, how then possible can somebody have your signature on a document which you claim your signature was not doctored?
I can't answer that question. How possible someone gets? I can't answer that question. What I know is we closed pools. I filled my form. I gave a copy to each agent. Then we closed. I submitted to the returning officer. That's it. Only for me to be called to come and authenticate. And I'm saying the pada is mine. I told them yes, this is mine. The pada wasn't. This isn't mine. So
you don't suspect that your signature was doctored as well?
The document that was given to me, it was not the original pink sheet like I gave out. So yes, it is scanned.
The carbon.
Yeah. I don't know what. I don't know what I said. But
isn't it possible for handwritings to change when it is not the scanned copy?
Actually,
when it's not the original.
I don't know what happened to that particular document.
But do you fear if your signature was doctored by anybody?
No.
The signature that you saw.
The signature I saw was mine.
But the scan page, did you see the serial number? Is it the same serial number you went for?
I don't recollect the serial number. I can't keep a serial number of it, so I don't recollect
you don't know
it.
Whether it's your serial number?
I can't recollect the serial number.
You've come here again to do what exactly?
Okay, so apparently I was called because from Sunday I was called to come. I was called the following day too. So I was called yesterday. But we are invited a number, like the person just calls you. From Sunday, the number called. I'm calling from the EC. I was called from the EC too. So I don't know the person.
Do you know the people you were engaging with this morning? Do you know who they are?
People I was engaging with.
Yes. The people who addressed the press, for which you also later came to speak to us.
So
do you know them?
No, I don't know them personally. I don't know them.
But when you got here, did they identify themselves to you?
No, they didn't.
Did you go there to tell them that you were forced?
No.
How did they get in touch with you?
Which people?
The people, the NDC.
I was sitting here this morning. I came this morning. Then they...
To do what, please? Because you did yours last Monday.
And as I just said, I was called. Just as I was called last Sunday. Same way I was called. So I just came from the call I had to come to the EC office, which I just did.
Are you able to? You've not spoken to anyone concerning the you being forced to attest to it?
No. I've not spoken to anyone that I'm being forced to. When I came in the morning, at the entrance, the security personnel were asking me that, like, they wanted. Yes, before I can enter. So there was one man. Then he was asking me that, what am I doing? I said I'm a PO. I was called to come. I came the last time, and this and this and this happened. So the media, one particular media, interviewed me at the entrance before, like, I came in here.
All right, thank you very much. What's your full name, Nathaniel?
I'm Nathaniel Avume.
Yeah. So that's Nathaniel, one of the presiding officers who claimed that the figures as were captured in Word were not figures he wrote because he couldn't recognize the handwritings as his. And moreover, however, the signature on the sheet belongs to him. But as we can see, the collation has resumed, and the Electoral Commission at the moment is taking stock of the figures. What?
Now the presiding officer who went at that polling station has to come and then verify which one is the one. This one, for example, what he did, he put his own basics. Some of them keep.
Today we are being told presiding officers keep pink sheets. Mr. B, let's be careful. What is going on is not good. Evil going on here. This is not today. Presiding officers evil going on here to generate pink sheets for presiding officers. And you are taking you don't know. What's that?
Please, I've told you that one is speaking. Please, I've told
Please, the media.
Look, Allah, when you
after 33 days after voting, today, the EC is telling us that their presiding officers have pink sheets. If EC knows their presiding officers have pink sheets, why is it that all this while EC is telling us they don't have a single pink sheet? All this while EC is telling us they don't have pink sheets. But today, their presiding officers, their own workers are bringing pink sheets. How come all this while Electoral Commission is telling us they don't have pink sheets? And today, your own workers are producing pink sheets. Please, your own workers are today producing pink sheets. All this while, EC, Mr. B seated here on many occasions have told us EC they don't have pink sheets. Today, your own workers, presiding officers, are pulling surprise pink sheets. Why is the truth in this? Why is the truth in this?
So what is happening now is that the Electoral Commission, after taking after taking the results from both the NPP and the NDC, now gives the two results to the presiding officers to determine which of them is authentic, to determine which of them really are the pink sheets that they wrote their figures on. And so what it means is that so currently one of the presiding officers is looking at the two pink sheets and authenticating the results. In some instances, the presiding officers have come with alternative pink sheets. Where they do not have pink sheets, the Electoral Commission relies on their knowledge of the process on the results they recorded and make a determination. And so we are not able to get sound of what is happening at the moment, but what it appears is that the presiding officer is justifying why one of the results in his hands is authentic and the other is not.
everything
It's okay.
This one, that's what I'm saying. I can't see this one right here. I can see this one right here. I can see this one right here. And this is my hand. That's what I can see. That's my signature. I have my signature. This one.
So the presiding officer is still trying to authenticate the pink sheets given him. There are two separate pink sheets, photocopied and carbon copied pink sheets. These two pink sheets, one from the NPP, one from the NDC. The presiding officer so far says he identifies the handwriting. He says he identifies the handwriting on two. He says he identifies the handwritings on the two pink sheets. However, one of them is not clear enough for him to make a determination as to whether it is authentic or not.
Why are you forcing him to go to a direction? Why are you forcing him to follow a direction?
These ones are that one said with this one, and this one my handwriting, but I can't see it. Yes. But this one, I can't really see it, but it's Can you yeah, I'm coming down. Please. You did a photocopy or you did whatever. Yeah, this one. And I get the one that we don't have
Yes, because all of the sudden the viewers are bringing in pictures. Where is this picture?
So the problem here is that there's a difficulty in authenticating.
Why is he videoing this? So you tell us if you want to video us.
So, without our permission. This is a letter permission.
You want to coerce him? You see, there is no fairness. Why is he? You brought somebody. He's refusing to accept it. You are videoing him. You are putting him. You brought him home. This is somebody you brought. He said he cannot see anything. And still you are pushing him to go to a direction. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? It's evil.
When did you tell me to come?
I heard you here.
You are struggling to say she's returning us. We are not saying anything.
I said they caught Mr. Boom smuggling things into the election. Were they able to arrest him? The election director of Ablekuma was caught smuggling pieces into the police center. He got caught red-handed. Commander was there. Were they able to arrest him? Were they able to arrest him? The whole district election director, the whole district, we caught him red-handed with manufactured pieces.
The video should be deleted. The video should be taken. So
She's
not a media person.
After putting and everything in the audience of faith.
I'll take that phone. I will say something that should not be. Why did you call me without my permission? But this is the letter of the traffic. What was going to be done
who does the process. There was nothing about recording.
Do it at our district. You're only giving us a place to do this. So you don't have any right. You didn't confirm. You're only giving us a place to conduct this process. You didn't confirm. You're only giving us a place here to conduct this process.
Now, you are instructing the government position. You are watching your position. You are instructing.
Is that why you are making the noise?
You are party.
That's for that. Is that why you are making the noise?
I saw you destroying a pink sheet.
I saw you. Who? I saw you. So who did it? Who did it?
So counter accusations being traded by the MPP and the NDC.
The PO is outside. You are not allowing me to enter. I have made this point over and over again.
Tell the PO who is there to form something. Tell him to come.
Mr. Obi, you gave us a list of 7 POs. One of them is standing here. Intentionally, you called only 5. And you got the 5 here. The one is just standing here. Why are you refusing to allow me?
Stop supporting evil.
Evil.
Yes,
You know evil.
I said stop supporting evil. I know evil. And I know evil men. When I see them, I can see them. I'm able to identify evil men. Stop supporting evil.
One of the presiding officers came in and he was not able to authenticate the pink sheet, and so the Electoral Commission has not taken a decision yet, and so another officer has just come in, a presiding officer. He's looking at the tools. He's looking at the 2 pink sheets, and then he's expected to authenticate which of them is his. And
that's what you went to. That's what you brought into. That's what you brought into. You told them this morning.
The Electoral Commission is still going through processes of authenticating pink sheet. It appears the presiding officer has authenticated one of the pink sheets, but the NDC say that they have questions to ask the presiding officer. They say they have questions to ask the presiding officer, but it appears that the returning officer is not allowing it.
You issue us guidelines. Establish your work. Let me you know what the I have questions. You guys have money. When they pay for your man, there's some fast food from Tamale. We don't know. When they represent and they pay for your man, so far from paying nothing, they don't know. You put them to your office. We don't understand.
We can see in the hands of the presiding officer, it appears that he has the original picture.
When EC said they don't have one pink sheet, every PO is bringing pink sheet.
Where do you get the pink sheet from? Who's supplying you with the pink sheet? Who's supplying you with the pink sheet?
All these who are supplying you with the pink sheet. Today, all POs are bringing pink sheets. Today, all POs are bringing pink sheets.
Finally, the one presiding officer, who the claim was not being allowed to enter, appears to have been brought in, and so very soon perhaps you also take a stance with the Electoral Commission to authenticate the pink sheets before them. The presiding officer, who is seated at the moment, authenticated one of the pink sheets. We cannot say if it's the pink sheet for the NPP or the pink sheet for the NDC, but the NDC appear to have questions. And now he also pulled out.
All your officers are today. Come and see this signature and this signature. Come and see this signature and this signature. Please, we will authenticate the signature. Media, come and look at the signature. Media. Look at the signature.
What has just happened is that one of the presiding officers came in, confirmed an authenticated result for one of the pink sheets. After confirmation, he was expected to sign, but it appears that the NDC has seen some discrepancies in the
The court's review. We asked him to sign to authenticate. The two signatures with what is on the pink sheet, they are two different signatures. You all saw it. You are now seeing media. You are now seeing two different signatures from the same person.
Stop lying to the media.
So it appears the NDC youth organizer appears to be pleading with the returning officer to do the right thing. They say they are begging him to do the right thing. But what has happened is that they claim that the signature on the pink sheet that has been authenticated by the presiding officer is different from the signature he signed on the confirmation that indeed
Two different signatures. The same person, two different signatures. Media, you saw it. We told you. We told you. On any day they will not win this election.
So the Electoral Commission is continuing with its confirmation of the polling station results, but from polling station to the other, it appears that the NDC consistently has issues with the process. The first problem they have is the use of scanned copies of the pink sheets. And when the NPP brought in their pink sheets, they wondered why, of all period when the collations were being done, the NPP claimed they didn't have the pink sheets, but now they say they do have pink sheets. The NDC have also come out with what look like photocopied versions of the pink sheets, and so unlike what happened here 3 days ago, there are two sets of pink sheets before the Electoral Commission. One presented by the NPP, another presented by the NDC. The confusion here is that the figures on these two pink sheets are different. And so the Electoral Commission has called its presiding officers to make their way to the Regional Collation Center to authenticate which of the pink sheets are a reflection of their works as presiding officers, as it can be presumed that they gave out these pink sheets. Now, in one of the instances, the presiding officer came in. The presiding officer came in to authenticate the pink sheets, but the NDC disagreed.
Presiding officer, after authenticating the scanned pink sheets, we asked him to sign to confirm or otherwise. When he was signing, his signature and that of what was on the pink sheet were two different signatures. And we raised the alarm. The returning officer says he's in charge, so nobody can question him. How can you have one sheet, two different signatures from the same PO?
So how did he arrive at authenticating that?
That is the question. They are using their memory. So after memory, EC now says you only use your memory to authenticate pink sheets.
It appears
you probably on the side of the presiding officer.
Exactly. So you need to confirm your signature to confirm that the document is authentic.
And the EC accepted.
The office accepted it and entered it.
It appears that they are accepting pink sheets from the NPP and not the ones that the NDC have submitted so far.
No, they are not accept. What's the? You know, I've made this on record. All this while, EC said they do not have any pink sheets. So if your PO has pink sheet, who has pink sheet? Isn't it the EC?
Yeah.
So why is it that today all their POs, almost all the 5 that came, brought in pink sheets? So why has EC all this while saying they don't have?
One other thing that we observe is that your agents appear to have given them something which is a photocopied version of pink sheets.
That is, they brought in their scan document. So today we also brought in our scan document. And even their POs that come, they are not able to.
And so that's what I'm saying. It looks like the ones that have been confirmed are the ones that the NPP brought.
There was one that said the signature is his, but the writings on the pink sheet are not his. Did the EC also accept that?
Oh, they accepted it.
How many have you done so far?
So I think they've done about, this is the 5th person.
This is the 5th person?
5th, yes.
What will be done with the rest two?
So, you see, now they are using the police. Whatever we do, they use the police and they took us. You saw the police took me out of the room. That is what they are doing. So the police has taken over.
Do you have the pink sheet that has the different signatures?
Yes, that is what I was trying to bring to you so that you could see. And the police took it out of my hand.
What will be done with the rest of the two? The rest of the two out of
now, what you could all see what is happening here.
Musa, my question is that he's not answering our question anymore. Yeah, because I'm trying to find out from him if they have their scanned copies, which of them has the officers been authenticating? Is it the one that the NPP brought or the one that the NDC brought? But it appears that from the disagreements on the side of the NDC, that of the 2 pink sheets that have been submitted by the NPP and the NDC, the presiding officers appears to be authenticating that of the NPP, and the NDC agents here, together with its organizer in the Ablekuma North Constituency, do not want to accept this practice. They believe that it is not proper.
Thanks for joining me. What do you
Director, they're accusing the issue of bias.
I think that we've been working together as a party. I mean, from presidential declaration up to today. And you, the media, you all know where the problem is. And you should be able to direct it. Very unfortunate. We could have done better. And I think that for us, we know that we have won Ablekuma North Constituency from the others of the High Court, that 62 polling stations should be collated and added to what had been done so that the EC would declare the results. And so it's unfortunate that where the EC has given guidelines that submit copies of your pink sheets, either hard or soft, so the EC will authenticate. NDC says they disagree, and I don't think that should be the case.
Completed with the 5 presiding officers who came today.
You were left with 7 pink sheets for EC to get access and add to the numbers 281. And so I expect the media also to help and just not to ask people who don't have data.
No, the question we are asking is that are they done
to you several times has been that the returning officer has invited presiding officers to help confirm with the results from 8A that the new Patriotic Party has submitted to them, so that they will add to the Form 1C.
The question we ask is that out of the 7, how many have they done so far?
All this while, the EC said they do not have the pink sheet. Only this presiding officers to come with some pink sheet. They said they are surprised. Are you surprised too?
I'm not, because when you take the Form 8A, when the presiding officer completes it, he or she issues copies to political parties, and the returning officer, presiding officer, may keep a copy. If you know how the EC got results to declare Domiko Abenya, I think the issues are simple. And so for us, the EC says, yes, where we don't have, we call our returning officers for them to confirm the results as issued to us by parties. Presiding officers.
I was thinking that you would be interested because if it should take this long, over a month, for the EC, the Constituency and the National not to get in touch of their presiding officers to get the pink sheets they are bringing out today, delaying all of us our time, including you, the NPP, provided you win.
The EC, please, I mean, you should understand the electoral rules. The EC declared the presidential results without some result from 9 constituencies. The parliamentary results is first past the polls. If the remaining vote will not have any material effect on the results, EC is at liberty to go ahead. Where we are, it is for EC to complete collation from all polling stations. If there are challenges, the decision will come from the EC. I think the new Patriotic Party has expressed a lot of sobriety from where we've gotten to. We will continue to do that. But I want the media to question the NDC and question the security as to why they allow people to destroy electoral materials.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
These are issues that come up in every election. In Ablekuma North, for instance, the whole school building that housed electoral materials.
Let the police investigate that criminal action. Let the police investigate it. Thank you very much.
Well, so that is the director of elections for the NPP, Evan Nimakon. From what we've seen so far, it appears that most of the officers who, let's see if we can speak to, that's the director of regional of the NPP, of the director of the EC in the Greater Accra. Let's see if we can get a word from her on what exactly has been happening here at the regional collation center.
You know, the guy destroyed the first pink. You were here when he destroyed the first pink sheet. Were you here? Did you see him? He has destroyed one of our pink sheets. We even asked the police to arrest him. That's why, you know, he went to sit over there. So he wanted to snatch the second pink sheet from the returning officer. So I had to quickly snatch it from the returning to go and hide it. Yes, well, you know, I've given it to him. Do you see him? Yeah. I've returned the pink sheet. You saw him. No, I'm asking you.
Unless you were saying you want to swap.
Oh, why should I swap? The pink sheet. This is the pink sheet that we have from the POs. Those who can.
You said you didn't have the pink sheet.
No. What I'm saying is the pink. You know, we invited some of our POs. The POs for the outstanding 7 polling stations. You know, so we invited them to come. So fortunately, about 4 of them have the pink sheets. Even there was this woman who said, the woman said she couldn't even submit a pink sheet because she was afraid. So she even came with a booklet, all right? Some of them took copies, they kept copies. So when we called them, they came with the copies. You get what I'm saying? So it is not something that, you know, I went to hide.
Why did it take you?
Say it again.
Why did it take the EC so long to get the presiding officer to bring the pink sheets they are bringing today?
Initially, we called them. I asked my officer to call them. Initially, they said they were afraid. We called them. They all said they were afraid. So later on, we told them that, I mean, this is something that is not, you know, so risky. So that's why they came. You know, 3 days ago, some came. And then the remaining 7, we had to tell them that it wasn't something.
We also told that there were a difference in the signature that were on the pink sheet, which is why the NDC organizer wanted to show us the difference on the both pink sheets. And then later we saw that.
Have you had a look at it? You should have a look at it. No, I can show it to you. If you think that, you know, there's a difference. Pardon? That what?
The assertion that those new pink sheets are manufactured. They are not.
Are you talking about the pink sheets?
Yes, the ones.
Or the scanned copies, the pink sheets.
The ones that your presiding officers.
Oh, my brother, look, I don't think they are manufactured. They have copies there. The NDC has copies. That's why we asked them to bring copies. You get what I'm saying? They have not been able to produce their copies. So it is not something that...
Just are you saying that after the elections, they are allowed to keep pink sheets for themselves?
Some of them took, screenshots, pictures of the pink sheets. Yes, some you can. We have about 7 leaflets. No, you can just take one. As a presiding officer, you can keep one. We have the original and then the carbonized copies.
What they are bringing is one that they have for themselves, not the one to be given to the Electoral Commission.
No, they have destroyed our pink sheets. That is something that they kept. I think 4 of them kept copies.
So how did you know that they had pink sheets with them?
We called them.
And they said they had
We
pink
called them to come and confirm because we have soft copies here to come and confirm. That's how come some said, they have copies. Yes, so that's why we asked them that if you really have pink sheets, come and show it to the returning officer.
The NDC has raised a lot of allegations. They are also saying that they are rejecting some of the pink sheets that are in there now, but the returning officer continues to insist that even though you disregard or you do not recognize this pink sheet, I, as a returning officer, I accept it and I'm going to add it to the listing.
He is the returning officer. He's in charge.
Are you as a deputy regional?
I'm not a deputy regional director. I'm the regional director for Greater Accra.
Yes.
Yes.
So do you see any wrongdoing with what he is doing?
He is the returning officer.
So if he's doing wrong, that doesn't make it right?
That's what?
That if one party disagrees with the process, he, as a returning officer,
he would take a decision on that. He is the returning officer.
If it's part of the rules of games, is it part of the rule of the game that if one party disagrees with the process or with the scanned documents, the returning officer says that, you disagree, but I'm in charge. It's authentic. Is it right?
He's the returning officer.
Is it right? From where you sit, is it right?
I haven't had a look at it.
Is it right? From where you sit, do you think it's right?
What my brother from TV3 just said, do you see anything wrong with what the returning officer?
He's doing his work.
So you don't see anything wrong?
I'll go back and look at it. He's doing his work. And nobody has reported to me.
But you were here from the beginning.
Did you see me by the table?
So you didn't see anything going on?
Madam, please mention
No, I'll mention my name.
You will not mention your name.
Collate the rest of the 7 and then declare the result today.
We are still on it. We are not done.
Will you declare today?
It's only God who will tell. We are still on it.
Don't you think people have said we should have a rerun in at least
that one? I can't tell. It is the decision of the commission. I don't take.
Regional director,
no,
where we do not have authentic documents to verify and also
not
collate.
The commission. It is the commission that will take a decision.
You can suggest to the high authorities that
the commission will take a decision.
You think we shouldn't have a rerun in all these 7 police stations?
So please, the director.
What's your name? What's your name, ma'am?
And you are Gladys Finkra. That is the regional director of the Electoral Commission. She indicated that the Electoral Commission is doing everything right to be able to get the right results, to be able to get the results from the various polling stations. It appears that the Electoral Commission is making headway. Mr. Organizer, we'll try and ask him. It appears that this is the EC officer who they claim was outside of the premises of the Electoral Commission and was not being allowed to enter into the premises. He's now been given an opportunity to come. He's also come and they are asking him to authenticate the pink sheets before him. And as I've hinted, it appears there are 2 pink sheets today for the various polling stations each. One for the NPP and one for the NDC. The job of the presiding officers is to look at the documents and authenticate and say that this pink sheet indeed is mine, this pink sheet here is not mine. And the returning officer is trying as much as possible to explain to the presiding officer to make this determination as quick as possible. But as consistent as it has been, the NDC are having challenges with how the Electoral Commission is handling the issue. At the moment, it appears that this will be the last returning officer today who would authenticate pink sheets. And upon his authentication, the Electoral Commission will then do the collation, and they are hoping to declare the results today. 62 polling stations results were outstanding. 40 of them were handled on Sunday. 21 of them were left, and then on Monday, 20 of them, were to be collated. 13 of them were collated on Monday, remaining 7. The Electoral Commission today decided to bring the presiding officers to come and authenticate the results.
He has said it. Media, people have said he cannot confirm, and they are forcing him. He said he cannot confirm.
He's afraid of your behavior.
Media, you are here. They force and this one said he cannot confirm. Allow him to go.
He doesn't say he cannot confirm. He said he's afraid of his life.
He said he cannot confirm. Even this one said he should go.
That's what the guy said.
How many times do you want to be? What is happening? What is happening? If it is their own.
Madam. The threat?
You can confirm, but you can't do it.
What's in the life?
So why do you want to do it?
Master,
please.
tell me the truth.
Media. The POC, he said he cannot confirm. And still they are pushing. They are pushing. That is what is happening. That is what is happening. He said, so that is it. Why are you pushing him? We have said it over and over together. He won't do it. Why are we pushing him? He has said it. He has said it. He has said it. He said he won't do it. He said he won't do it.
He said he can confirm, but not here.
This is the presiding officer, we're told, was locked outside of the premises of the Electoral Commission because he was not at the EC corporate office when the other presiding officers were being transported to the offices of the Electoral Commission at Rage. He has come in, he's looked at the pink sheet that was submitted by the NPP, he's looked at the pink sheet that was submitted by the NDC. We are not able to hear him, but from the NDC, he claims he cannot confirm the results. And the NPP on the other side saying that he's saying he can confirm, but he cannot confirm here. And so we've just heard the returning officer telling him that he should come out clear and let them know his stance, whether he can confirm or not. And so we are waiting for this presiding officer to make a determination whether he can indeed confirm the results or he cannot confirm.
Let everybody take this document. Now tell us. You said you have
What's right? Yes, it's right. And you are putting it on what?
Well, it appears that there is some confirmation that is being done between the returning officer and the Ghana Police Service to see what exactly they can do and how they can do it. And so we'll wait to see what the headway is. Can he indeed confirm the pink sheet, or he cannot confirm the pink sheet? Organizer, is this the presiding officer who was outside that you were asking them to bring him in?
They brought him.
This is not the one you were referring to. Well, as he has indicated to us, he said this is not the one he was referring to. So that means that the presiding officer you were referring to is still outside.
I don't know. That's because of the scuffle. I think
But what is happening now? It appears the returning officer has left his seat. Well, tensions are rising here. The NDC objecting to the process. At the moment, it's just left with one of the presiding officers who is here. He's looked at the documents before him. He's yet to take a decision on whether he can indeed confirm the results before him, whether these are results that he wrote at the polling station. Some other presiding officers were here earlier, and they have authenticated those results. They said that indeed the results, as one of the results as presented to them, are results that they declared and reduced into writing at the polling station. However, the NDC have had issues in some instances. In some instances, they say that the is
nonsense. What right do you have? Evil man, you are evil. You are evil. Yeah, I said you are evil. You are evil. I put the devil. You are an evil man. I'm telling you, you are an evil man. You are an evil man. Yes, you see that. This guy is blowing cities. I said an evil man. I'm telling you, you are evil. I said you are evil. I'm telling you, you are evil man.
They are triggering me. That guy, you are not a returning officer.
So let him have his presidential. I just want to confirm whether it's the name of the presiding officer, the same on the presidential, and his signature, and he said yes. This doesn't generate any kind of nonsense kind of interpretation. I said you are an evil man, telling you. What the
It appears people have held their anger for a very long time, because now exchange of words between NDC executives and also the director of the Electoral Commission in charge of elections and communications and research, I must say, Samuel Tete. He appears disturbed with the attitude of the NDC at the collation, but the returning officer seems to be conferring with the collation officer, and then I'm sure very soon the results will be known to us, and then the returning officer will indicate to us the next line of action. But it's been a long journey for the Ablekuma North constituency, a constituency with 281 polling stations. After election, collation was done and declaration was made for 219 of these centers. 219 of these polling stations.
When we have our own figure, let's also do our additions. Do our additions.
So at the moment, it looks like the additions are being made with the results that the Electoral Commission has. The NDC wants the Electoral Commission to put the the computer on the table so that they can all observe the calculation that is being done by the Electoral Commission. The NDC's organizer of the NDC's organizer in Ablekuma North, he is also making his own calculation to ensure that even though all this while he has objected to the process, he's objected to the results that have been accepted by the Electoral Commission.
Even today, the EC cannot declare because we have outstanding number of 1,002. 1,002. Even today, EC cannot declare. Even today, EC cannot declare because the 3 outstanding polling stations gives us 1,002. And even with their stealing, the MPP candidate, she says she won with 411. So there is no way with these 3 outstanding polling stations we can declare. This is it. I'm telling you before the EC officer comes. I'm saying we have 3 outstanding polling stations left. And the total number of those polling stations sum up to 1,002. 1,002. Even with the MPP, their parliamentary candidate, she said she won with 411. So with these numbers, there is no way anybody can be declared.
It appears that the Electoral Commission is done with its collation, but from the NDC, they maintain that there are some 3 constituents, some 3 polling stations outstanding. And to them, if the results in the outstanding polling stations are factored into the final result, it is going to change the status of who actually is winning. And they believe that the results will be declared if the Electoral Commission decides to declare results. He cannot in any way declare that result because they believe that the total number of voters in the polling station of 1,002 will impact the final results. Some more confusion.
Are you a police officer? Why are you here? What down? You're telling me today.
That is it. We are wasting time. No. Why?
What are you saying now?
Why is
If you want us to continue this process, don't talk to me. You are talking to me. Because if you don't take time, and I leave here today, that's the end. Nobody can do anything to me. Continuing this, if I leave here today, I can decide not to come here again. This is not my permanent work. I can leave here today and not come here again. Mind you, talk. If you leave here, then the next story will be different. Then we come here and then you talk to me as if you don't know me. Let me leave here today. I don't know you, but don't connect with that man. You don't know that man. Don't go and connect with that man.
The returning officer appears distracted by what and disturbed by what is happening. He is saying that the agents will have to speak to him in a decorum manner, and if they don't and he lives here, he may not return to continue with the process. But the indication we are getting is that he is not done with the results. He is not done with the collation. From what he's saying is that he is done, and he may want to.
But when you get to constituency, then you become close to me. Hypocrites. Both parties. When they come here, they talk to you like that. But when they come down, they will take phone. And then come and beg whatever they did here. Yes, I have to let them know. I'm also a human being. You disgrace me here, but when you go, you put phone and you call it. When I leave here today, I'm going to organize the elections.
Mr. Be water, You are disgracing yourself.
The returning officer appears frustrated, and he is wondering why the two parties who appear antagonist towards him, and they would usually come here and make allegations against this person, but will later go into the constituency and pretend as though they are friends. And he is claiming that if they do not change the way they operate, he is going to leave the rest of the collation to them. He appears quite frustrated, but Dr. Sebro Kweko, the Director of Training at the Electoral Commission, appears to have been able to calm him down. Even some of the agents of the NDC were asking him to not take the position that he has taken. And now it appears that collation may continue, but we are told that some 3 polling station results may still be outstanding and yet to be authenticated and collated. As a result of that, the NDC is expecting that the process may further be suspended today, and the Electoral Commission will now have to make a determination on how to authenticate the results further. But beyond this, we also know that the NDC has been calling for a rerun of elections in these polling stations if they are not able to come to a finality on the issues, if they are not able to look like now the EC and the NDC are also finding ways of authenticating the results. What I can see from where I'm standing is that one of the agents has chats on his mobile phone, and the Electoral Commission is mentioning figures on his Excel sheets, and he's corroborating those results. It may seem to be results that were captured on the day of the election and submitted on the WhatsApp platform or on a WhatsApp message to the agent of the NDC. And it appears that the parties in their own way are finding ways to bring a finality to the matter. So they are trying to bring a finality to the matter. The returning officer, he's saying that this is not his permanent work, and so the consistent delay in concluding the situation, it appears to be affecting him. As a result of that, he had earlier threatened that he was going to leave the process midway for both the NPP and the NDC to finalize their own collation. But let's wait and see the decision that the Electoral Commission will take. We can see that the NPP's candidate for Ablekuma North, Nana Ekuya Friye, she just made her way to the Collation Center. We've been here after 2, and we are nearing the end of the process, and she's made her way to the Collation Center. We don't know what exactly might have prompted this, but it's important. But it's important to know that since the process began, the NPP's candidate, who herself is a former member of parliament for this same constituency, consistently has been at the Collation Center. But unlike other days, today she's not been here while the collation was underway. But at the tail end of it, we've seen her come to the Collation Center. It appears that the Electoral Commission, the NDC, and the NPP are now making a headway as far as the figures are concerned. We wait to see the decision that will be taken by the returning officer. Some discussions ongoing between Dr. Sirbo Kweko and the NDC agents. I mean, they are trying as much as possible to get them to allow for the process to flow. There is a brewing confusion because the former Greater Accra Youth Organizer of the NPP, Moses Abo, had entered the Collation Center, and they had one of the NDC officers in the region, in the constituency, appears to be troubled or disturbed by the fact that Moses Abo, who has no accreditation, had been allowed to enter, but the situation has been solved already. At the moment, it appears to be a maths game. The collation officer is looking at his figures carefully. The MPP agents are also looking at their figures on the Excel sheet with Nana Free, and the NDC agents as well have pulled up their Excel sheet as well. But as to whether the outstanding polling stations will impact the final results, we are yet to know. But from the side of the NDC, they appear confident that the outstanding results will have an impact on the results, and if they do not authenticate those pink sheets and add them to the collation, there's no way a declaration can be done today. You're still watching Channel 1 TV and listening to City 97.3 FM. This is the last constituency that the Electoral Commission is expected to complete collation and declare its results, because the collation of the results for 275 of the constituencies have been completed, with only Ablekuma not results outstanding. Looks like Mr. Kalamu has something to share with us.
Okay, so these are the outstanding polling stations remaining. We have 3. The POs came in and they said they cannot confirm what is on the scanned pink sheets. So the first polling station is C161105B. The total voter population in that polling station is 411. The second polling station that the PO also came and said cannot confirm what is on the pink sheet, on the scanned pink sheet, is C161204. That polling station also has a total voter population of 188. The third polling station that the PO said it cannot confirm is C161205A. The total voter population of that polling station is 403. So the total of these 3 polling stations sum up to 1,002. 1,002. We in the NDC claim we won the elections with over 300 votes. The MPP, illegally with their pink sheets, with their scanned pink sheets, also says they are winning with 411. So with this,
we have never said we have won election with 411.
Your own, the media, you were here. The media
has never said
you were here when they are parliamentary candidates.
414.
We are
414. We never mentioned 411.
So thank you. He said the MPP parliamentary candidates said they won with 415. So 414. So with the outstanding 1,002, there is no way you can make a declaration. So with this, what this means is that we cannot come back to the table again, because all the presiding officers cannot confirm the figures of these polling stations. So the EC should give us a finality today, because we cannot come here again. We've exhausted all the channel. They've used their POs, they've used memory, they've used experience, they've used whatever. Today, if Kenike, if out there.
What option are you looking out for?
You cannot declare with this.
Yes.
So that is why I'm telling you, Ablekuma alone, we've had 8 re-collations, and still EC cannot determine a winner. We expect, because we've raised alarm with this 62 polling stations, we expect the EC to go and rerun 62 polling stations in Ablekuma North.
But at the moment you have 3 outstanding. So why are you
we
referring
raise
to
objections at every level. I'm trying to be consistent. With the 62, I am telling you, I just brought you one PO, whom they said confirm. He spoke to you and he told you the last time he didn't confirm. So what it means is that all those they brought for confirmation will not accept it. We are not accepting it. So we will go back. In any case, we are going back to court on Monday. So we will hear what the court is saying. We will still stand by our grounds for the 62 polling stations to be rerun.
Has the Electoral Commission told you anything as of yet?
Told us anything, but we are giving you. You know, there are players in the game. We are also players in the game. When you are acting, when you are dealing with this type of EC, you must always be ahead of your game. If not, they will beat you to it. Oh, tree me, I will send you.
The Electoral Commission's returning officer appears disturbed and frustrated with how you operate. Well, so that's Kalamu, the NDC's organizer in Ablekuma North. So we were trying to get from him the frustrations that were shared by the returning officer for Ablekuma North, who thought that the political parties were not being fair to him. But the point the NDC is making is that they claim as a party, the NDC, that they won the seat with 302 votes, and the NPP on the other hand claimed they won with 414 votes. However, the outstanding 3 polling stations, there are about 1,002 of the votes that may impact the final results when that may impact the final results, and so declaration cannot be made. It appears that the NPP side has say to the press conference. With respect to the press, that has been so we are still waiting for the Electoral Commission to make a determination. For the NDC, they say that with what has happened today, no declaration can be made.
No, NDC cannot stop that. There will not be declaration because they don't have the right. It's the EC who have the right to decide whether we are doing declaration or not, but not NDC, because it's 2 parties. So as I'm talking to you, NDC have already declared these elections since day one up to date. They never stop declaration. And we are not here to do re-collation. We are doing collation. We are not here to do re-collation. We are doing collation. And NDC right now, look at the figure that they used to have. They were having 256 as they won. But since they won, MPP, we have been telling you, the journalists, that we did our collation in our collation room at Ablekuma North, or called the MP office. And we have different with 414. And today, if the process still go on, if the Electoral Commission collate the 2 remaining polling stations, we'll be having 414 ahead of them. And now, what I'm saying is simple to the NDC. If they believe they have won the election, they should allow the process to go on.
The NDC claimed that there are 3 outstanding polling stations.
Yes.
The total number of voters in these 3 outstanding polling stations is about 1,002. That is way more than the 414 you claim to have won with. So, without having those results, no declaration can be made.
There is that polling station pink sheet here. There's the pink sheet. And that is what I'm saying. The other one, because to me, I know it's left with only 2. And the reason why I left with only 2, there's a lady who confirmed his own and said that because of the behavior of the NDC, well, he was beaten at the collation center and he's afraid to come here. And the other guy said, everything here is my signature and everything. But I'm afraid to confirm because my life is at danger. Then the other one too came and said that all the signature and everything except some figures that I don't know whether it's still my handwriting or not. And the EC asked him again. He said he doesn't remember it very well. That's what the guy said. And as I'm talking to you, that guy too was threatened. This morning, the NDC organizer was all over, threatening them not to even come here. Some of them were able to come. As I'm talking to you, he's just making all these noises because the PC of NDC has promised him that if you're able to fight for me, I'll make you the MC of Ablekuma, and he was paying 200,000 Ghana cedis to behave all this that he's behaving. All of you know me that I don't tell lies. All the media. Since you came here, you have never seen me come and tell lies. You were here when he came and stand here be lying and saying that the whole Ghana police are here, over 500,000 police officers are here. And today, this is what they said, that they started saying that they have won with 500 and 256 difference. And today he's saying that they have won with 300 and something. So which is which? And the election, the results have not yet declared.
The EC telling you.
I have my provision. My candidate, Nana Ekwe Usu-Efriye, has won this election with a different margin of 414. So if the NDC allow the process to go on, EC will get the same figure.
The EC is having a problem authenticating the 2 or 3 polling station results that are outstanding.
I'm not seeing the EC has a problem, but if the NDC people just want to frustrate the system.
The EC's own presiding officers have come to say that they cannot authenticate.
I didn't hear them. I'm still waiting for them because I'm seeing it on the table. But I haven't seen him or hear him telling this to you. But he's still on the table waiting the NDC people to come down because they are seeing that my brother here is waiting to be an MCE, so he's doing everything possible to frustrate the system. So, but there's no problem. He should wait. If God is the God who makes somebody a king. So if you become the MC of Ablekuma, it's not you to decide. Let the president decide. What you are doing doesn't mean that, because already the president doesn't need what you are doing. You are rather disturbing the nation. You understand? So this kind of behavior will not allow, because if they make you an MC and you go and stand public and be doing this, who will accept this?
What's your name, please?
My name is Elijah Abubakar Brahima.
Who are you with the
I'm the NPP Constituency organizer.
Thank you very much. So that's the NPP's constituency organizer who says what the NDC's organizer has been saying is not a representation of what has actually happened. He says that if the results are collated fully, the NPP's candidate is going to win the election with a difference of 414. It appears that the challenge here now is what exactly will happen because the Electoral Commission appears not to be able to authenticate results for 3 polling stations, that's in the words of the mouth of the NDC, and 2 polling stations in the mouth of the NPP. For the 3 polling stations the NDC talk about, the total number of voters amount to 1,002. And so 1,002, if added to Rabna Oben or to the votes of Nana Ekwe-Afriye, definitely would change the winner of the results in the Ablekuma North constituency. And so for the NDC, they are certain in their mind that the Electoral Commission cannot make any declaration of results today, and they believe that there should rather be a rerun of the results. But they are not asking for a rerun of 3 polling stations, but rather a rerun of 2 of the 62 polling stations. These 62 polling stations are the polling stations that the court ordered the Electoral Commission to ensure completion. We're still waiting on the returning officer. It appears he was conferring with his collation officer and looking out for what next for the Ablekuma North constituency, and if it can be finalized today.
that there are 3 more police stations that you see that
This is still Channel 1 TV and City FM. We still await directives from the Electoral Commission, but there's still the police presence here, as well as the presence of the Ghana Immigration Service to ensure that they bring a finality to the matter, given the adequate security as was ordered by the court to the Electoral Commission to be able to handle the collation process appropriately. And we can also see in our short that there's engagement between there's an engagement between Dr. Sirbo Kweku of the Electoral Commission and Evans Nimakun of the NPP. All these engagements have been ongoing at the moment is to find a solution to the outstanding polling stations. The collation officer, he's been looking through his Excel sheet and ensuring he's been looking through the Excel sheets and ensuring that at the end of the day the right thing will be done.
I'm not saying you stand up with and my We always beat them, but it's just because this year the gap got closed, that's why they are misbehaving like that. Otherwise, we used to beat them over 30,000 or 20-something thousand.
But this time you beat them by what?
Because some people didn't come out to vote, we beat them by 414 in Ablekuma North. But still, it's a good because somebody win with one. So if we have won with 414, we have done very well.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It doesn't appear that the Electoral Commission, it does appear that the Electoral Commission will soon come out with a headway on what exactly should happen. What we can see is that the collation officer appears to be packing his stuff, and while he's packing, that means that we are getting to a point where he may come out with the returning officer. So as he's wrapping the keyboard cable, he pretty soon we expect that the Electoral Commission should announce to us the next line of action. The returning officer is making final confirmations with the regional director of the Electoral Commission, and depending on the determination that they come to, we will then take a decision as to what exactly should happen. But there's still the issue with Ablekuma North Constituency. We've come all the way from 62 polling stations to 40 polling stations to 20 polling stations, and then to 13 polling stations, and to 7 polling stations. And today we appears to have about 3 of the polling stations outstanding. The collation officer, he appears to be done with his work. He's packed all the things he's supposed to have packed, and he's only awaiting for his bosses to come in and give us a direction as to what exactly should happen. The order from the court was that all outstanding 62 polling stations should be collated and the results declared. Without that, the commission would not have performed its function satisfactorily to the people and as mandated by the court. It appears that the number of options available to the Electoral Commission at the moment on what exactly should be done or ought to be done, but one of the major options that they may use today, as we begin to see, may be a decision to suspend collation. The NDC is requesting for the Electoral Commission to conduct rerun of the results in the 62 polling stations. They consistently have raised issues with how the Electoral Commission is collating the results. They have argued that the Electoral Commission cannot depend on scanned copies of pink sheets that have been submitted by the NPP. The Electoral Commission, however, used its own internal mechanisms helped by these scanned pink sheets to authenticate them, but they could only authenticate 42 of them. And so for the remaining 20, they made a call to the presiding officers in these polling stations to come to the regional collation office and to help them authenticate. Upon their return to the regional collation office, only 13 of the officers were able to authenticate the results. Remaining 7. These 7 were brought here to authenticate the results as well. The NDC objected to most of the authentications, but the EC used its own discretion to accept those results that had been objected by the NDC, depending on the corroboration that was done by its officers. However, we have been told that some three polling stations at the moment are outstanding, and as a result, the Electoral Commission is not able to make a declaration. These 3 polling stations are outstanding because the Commission's presiding officers who were called in to authenticate said they cannot authenticate the results as of yet. The NPP explains that some of these persons were not able to authenticate the results because they were afraid for their life, because some of them claimed they were attacked at the polling station, and so they could not authenticate the results. The NDC, based on these, is asking the Electoral Commission to order a rerun, not in just these 3 polling stations, but in the 62 polling stations. Now, the question outstanding is, what will the Electoral Commission do? Will the Electoral Commission suspend the collation process, order a rerun in the outstanding polling stations, or find alternative means of authenticating the result? And in your shorts, you can see Dr. Shiribo Kweko, Director of Training, and see the EC's Regional Director. You can see Fred Tete, Deputy Director of Research and Elections of the Electoral Commission. You can also see the Returning Officer of the NDC, of the Electoral Commission, all of them engaging in what you may want to term as a crunch meeting to make a determination as to what should happen. We've seen that the NPP agent has moved towards them in an attempt to engage them on what next. Evans Nimakon of the NPP interacting with Dr. Shiribo Kweko, all towards making a determination as to what exactly should happen. But it is not an easy decision, I must say, because again, the returning officer appears to have used all tools available to him to authenticate these results. And so it's become problematic for him on how to authenticate the outstanding results that are being objected to by the NDC. From what we observe, it appears that the NPP may not be happy with certain directions that the Electoral Commission the directions that the Electoral Commission may take as far as the outstanding results are concerned. You're still watching Channel 1 TV and listening to City 97.3 FM. The conversations as we have been able to glean between Evans Nimakon of the NPP and Dr. Shiribo Kweko of the Electoral Commission is respect to 2 outstanding polling station results that the Electoral Commission's presiding officers in these polling stations say they cannot authenticate, or given the setting for which they are supposed to make the authentication, they cannot come and make that authentication. And so these polling stations, we are told, will have an impact on who will win. And so declaration cannot be made without these polling stations. And as to what should be the next step forward is what the officers from the Electoral Commission are debating about or arguing amongst themselves, that they may want to come to a certain determination on what next. But it appears that regardless of the decision that they would take, there may not be a declaration today. But the question again is, how then would they authenticate these outstanding polling stations without the pink sheets from the Electoral Commission themselves, with varying figures from pink sheets presented by the MPP and that of the NDC, and also with the Electoral Commission's presiding officers claiming that they cannot make their way to this place, or in some instances claiming that they cannot authenticate any of the results that have been made available to them, either that of the NPP or that of the NDC. As we get close to the end of this process, it's been calmer a bit. Earlier, the NDC had indicated that 13 of the polling stations where the presiding officers were made to report physically to the Electoral Commission's collation office here at Re, one of them had indicated to them that he could not authenticate the figures on the pink sheet, even though those figures, the pink sheet in his words contained his signature and his name written by himself. However, the figures that were written on it were not ones that he could authenticate. And so for the NDC, they believe that those two collation figures, for the NDC, they believe that the 13 polling stations that were collated ought not to have been collated in that manner. Since one person is claiming that he did not authenticate, they claim they mean that the others also had issues. They were thus asking the Electoral Commission not to continue with the process in that manner and perhaps recall all those 13 presiding officers. The Commission, however, went ahead to collate the remaining 7 and accepted the earlier 13 as was objected to by the NDC. Collation went on. The presiding officers who made their way to the Electoral Commission's office here came in, authenticated some of the results, signed on it to indicate their confirmation. At one instance, when one of the presiding officers signed onto the pink sheet, the NDC's NDC's organizer in the Ablekuma North constituency claimed that the signature on the pink sheet and the new signature as was signed for confirmation did not include, were not the same. Were not the same. In their view, the two signatures were different. We're seeing that the returning officer has unbagged some of the results. Earlier, the collation officer had actually packaged all of them and put them in his bag, but they've taken them out again. And we don't know what this means and what is next. But what we know is that the Electoral Commission has been engaging among itself in trying to come to a determination. But in your short, the returning officer and the collation officer appears to be going through the pink sheets again. As to why they are doing so, we do not have an idea as of yet as to why they are doing this. You're still watching Channel 1 TV and listening to City 97.3 FM. The Electoral Commission is expected to, in some few minutes or moments, come out to explain to us what exactly is the headway out, what exactly they intend to do next, if they are going to regard the 3 polling stations that are outstanding, despite the officer saying that they can't authenticate sale, or they would suspend the collation and find alternative ways of corroborating the results. There's also the option of a rerun, which the NDC has made the argument forcefully that a rerun should be made, but in their point of view, it shouldn't be just for the outstanding 2 or 3 polling stations, but it should be done for 62 polling stations. We've not had the view of the NPP on this matter as of yet, and in the same vein, we've not had the position of the Electoral Commission on this matter as of yet. But as we all know, the Ablekuma North constituency is the only constituency outstanding out of the 276 constituencies in the country. Dr. Eko, he is making his way to the returning officer. It appears that a decision has been made and a certain form of communication will be made to us in some few minutes for us to know what the next step for the Electoral Commission and for the political parties is. It doesn't look like the collation has concluded. We can hear the NPP candidates trying to get some cooperation from the NDC. And for the returning officer, it appears that if the collation is not ended today, he may not return today. He may not return again. From what we are getting from the returning officer, it appears the process has really taken a toll on him, and he is very much disturbed as how things have been planned. And for him, he has already given the warning that if they are not able to deal with the situation conclusively today, they may not get him to be present here at the EC's office or any other place to continue with collation. But we can see from afar that Dr. Shebokweku and the returning officer are conferring. He is writing some things on e-paper, perhaps to explain to us the decision that has been made. You're still watching Channel 1 TV. This is a live coverage of the continuation of the collation exercise at Ablekuma North. Nanekwe Friye of the NPP, she has made her way to the collation center again. We await to hear the decision of the commission, and if the commission has decided to add the two results or to exclude the two results, and to find alternative ways of authenticating same. But having been called back in by her agent and been led by Director of Research and Elections of the NPP, Evans Nimakon, it is certain that a decision has been taken by the Electoral Commission, for which decision we will soon be communicated to. But some bit of cordiality at the moment between the NPP and the NDC, more than when the collation itself began. The director, the returning officer, he has consistently raised issues about how the two political parties have conducted themselves and how the situation consistently have affected him. He appeared to say that the entire process has taken a toll on him, and if the parties do not cooperate to bring a finality to the issue, he may not return to this area or to the EC's office for collation again. We can see that the Ghana Police Service is making itself ready, and so pretty soon we may see the Electoral Commission coming in with a determination. It looks like the decision has been made, but we are yet to see what exactly, they are yet to communicate to us what exactly will happen. But some more conferring between the Electoral Commission and between the Electoral Commission's returning officer and the Director of Training of the Electoral Commission. The issue, as we've reported, is that the NDC at the moment are saying that the procedure used by the Electoral Commission to authenticate the results for the 20 polling stations that were outstanding is one that they disagree with. Already they had issues with the scanned copies of the 62 polling stations that the NPP presented to the Electoral Commission, but they are more concerned that the Electoral Commission would now use their presiding officers to authenticate the pink sheets presented by the NPP without these presiding officers having their own pink sheets. Now, when the presiding officers came on Monday, the Electoral Commission was able to authenticate for just 13. For the remaining 7, the business continued today. The NDC claimed, and they presented a gentleman who said he was a polling station. He was a presiding officer at one of the polling stations, where he explained that even though the pink sheet that was presented to him had his signature and his name, the writings on the pink sheet respect to the number of votes attained by the candidates is not one that he can recognize as his handwriting. On that basis, the NDC had claimed that it meant the entire process was tainted, but the Electoral Commission went ahead pink sheet, and the NPP also had pink sheets with varying numbers. The presiding officers who came were not able to determine which of the two was the original. And so there's confusion as to what exactly should happen. According to the NDC, the results or the number of voters from these 3 polling stations amount to 1,002, while the NPP claims to have won the constituency with 414 votes, meaning that the results of these 3 polling stations are important and ought to be factored into the final declaration. So on the part of the NDC, they believe that declaration cannot be made today. And for that matter, the best option is for the Electoral Commission to declare a rerun. But they do not want a rerun of the outstanding 3 polling stations, but rather a rerun of all the 62 polling stations, because for them, they've consistently indicated that they do not trust the pink sheets that were made available to them by the NPP. Yes, so the Electoral Commission's approach of authenticating the results was using its presiding officers. Some of the presiding officers have been able to help them authenticate the results. Now, we had the results from 3 areas where 3 polling stations where the presiding officers could not help the Electoral Commission authenticate the results. And so we are yet to hear from the Electoral Commission what exactly they are going to do. We've seen them confer amongst themselves. The Director of Training for the Electoral Commission, Dr. Shubokwe, is here. Deputy Director of Elections and Research, Samuel Tete, is here. The Returning Officer is also here, and the Greater Accra Regional Director of the Electoral Commission is also here. They've been having conversations among themselves. At the moment, they are interacting with the political parties, and so we don't know what their next line of action is. But we've heard the. So we've heard the NDC agitate, and they are saying that one of the presiding officers who says he couldn't authenticate says now he's into authenticate and say they are not accepting it. And so, Shalom, that is the situation here at the Electoral Commission's office.
Didn't you say we should give him up to Wednesday? The guy came here and then he said he's afraid of his life, and for that matter, he doesn't want to do it. And then they asked him, "What would you want to do it?" And then he didn't say anything. But later he went out, and then he is back. And the only constant thing in life is change. The guy has changed his mind, and then he has decided now to come and confirm or deny. So what is the beef about this?
So he's not afraid of his life any longer.
No, but change them. It's allowed. It's in the game. But the point is that media, I don't know why you are not reporting what this guy said 3 days ago. He said Wednesday they are coming with their pink sheet and their scan sheet.
They came here with a copy of pink sheet.
But where is it?
They've given it to the electoral commission.
The EC brought 200.
No, they're 7.
They brought
7.
Come on.
Because it was left with 7.
And they brought that 7.
Yes.
But the 7 is not the original one.
Well, that is why the presiding officers were supposed to come and authenticate.
So they should do their work. They should do their work. The RO people are coming to attest to. Why are you fighting them? I don't know what is the problem.
But the concern is that this RO may have been tampered with. He may have been influenced. He may have been influenced one way or the other because he came in earlier and said he was afraid to authenticate, but all of a sudden he's able to authenticate now.
He has gone back and he think the interest of the country is more important. So let me think about the country and think about the constituency. And he has come back. Is it a crime? You can decide and decide. You can.
Moses, the NDC is arguing that if it's difficult to authenticate,
NDC don't have any case. They are just playing a game. They know they have lost in Ablekuma North. He is aware. They know very well. Come on. Let's be honest to ourselves.
The presiding officer who came earlier and was not able to authenticate the pink sheet has come to again look at the pink sheets, and they are trying to see if he can authenticate now.
Continue the work, or I should abandon it for you. Then let me do my work. Media, you were here.
Why is your officer bad? Why is even your computer and everything has been
I don't need
The collation officer who initially had unplugged all his staff is now putting everything together because the presiding officer who had come earlier to authenticate and couldn't do so has returned, and he says he can't authenticate now, or now he is not afraid of his life, or even if he is, he's willing to go ahead with the process of authenticating the results. And so we wait to see. But the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Police Service are trying to protect him. The Ghana Police Service are trying to protect him.
See what is happening. See what is happening. Over 4 hours after the process we've closed and we are about to leave, all of a sudden one of the agents, one of the POs who said he cannot confirm has been brought in to confirm. This is what is happening. And look at what the police are doing as agents.
This one.
Which one? Point it.
This one. Show you. This pink sheet is the original pink sheet. I know. This is the pink sheet that I know. This is the pink sheet I brought to Mr. Peng last Saturday when we finished the election. I was able to finish on time. So I came and so when I submitted my pink sheet and I heard that there is chaos at Pashaman School, so quickly I ran home because of the chaos. So I ran home. But before I went home, I've already submitted my pink sheet. And when I came here, I have 3 pink sheets. These 3 pink sheets, these 2, this white one and the scan one, I don't know them. What I know is this one. So based on the original scan sheet, this is the confirmed figures I and my people did. So my people in the house, if they are watching me, they can confirm it with me that I am not lying or I'm not telling the lies. They can come and screen it or show it.
Please mention the figures for me.
So parliamentary elections. Nana Ekwia Owusu-Afriyie MPP had 118. Rabina Oben NDC had 103.
Rejected.
Total. All right. The figures here are correct, but as for us, we didn't have get any rejected ballot. But I can see a rejected list here. So that one I can confirm. So we didn't have any rejected ballot paper on that day. See? You see God. My polling station, we didn't have any rejected ballot paper. So if there is
God is a living God. God is a living God. Indeed, there is God. Indeed, there is God.
All these things.
Hey, indeed, there is God.
They are all manufactured pieces.
Indeed, there is God.
They are all manufactured
Indeed, there is God. But like there is God. There is God.
You will not recognize the 62 pink sheet. That's most scam. You will not recognize them. Indeed, the 62 scam pink sheet. You will not recognize them.
You see?
You want genuine. Why don't you even go for a rerun? Why don't you go for a rerun?
This is it. Police, finally, where you see? Why are you acting federal president? Why are you federal president? You see, we've been vindicated. You've been vindicated. You see? So, Commander, what else is left? What else is left? Yes.
You will not use this nonsense document.
You see? You see? Thank you. Close the case. If you switch to original one, that is not good. Why do you use carbon one? What is happening? That is, you see, he keeps repeating. Why are you forcing him? He has said it over and over again.
Any piece that has rejected is forged. That's his statement.
We all have here.
No, it is a bill.
We all have here.
Thank you.
That is his statement. Any piece that has rejected is forged. That is the PO's statement.
You need to be arrested right now.
That's all.
I told you. I said you need to be arrested. You were there when this woman
So the Ghana Police Service is exporting the gentleman out of the place. He came, authenticated a pink sheet, authenticated the results as obtained by the candidates. However, on that pink sheet, there was results for rejected ballot. He says that at the time he was declaring the results in the polling station, there were no rejected ballots. And so any polling station that had rejected ballots is any results that have been submitted to him that has rejected ballots cannot be the results coming from him. The NDC appears happy, and for them, they believe that they've been vindicated by the comments made by the presiding officer for the polling station.
Everything is scam.
You seem excited.
No, I seem so excited. Now I have confirmed indeed a living God. Somebody who was here about 4 hours ago, the MPP went out. When he came here, he said he cannot confirm what is on the pink sheet. He went back 4 hours back, they brought him. Again, he has confirmed that what is on it. This time he used a very strong word. He said forgery. You all heard him. He said what is there is forgery. So these are strong words, and the AIMS team must pay for it.
So it appears that the presiding officer, the returning officer for Ablekuma North, will soon be addressing us on the headway and what next for the Ablekuma North constituency. It seems that we've come back to the same place we began from. Some more results that have not been collated by the Electoral Commission because the Electoral Commission is not able to authenticate those results. The presiding officer, he is here. The gentleman is being escorted by the Ghana Police Service. He says that he's fasting and everything that he said is indeed the truth and nothing but the truth. He's left the premises of the Collation Center. We wait for the presiding officer, the returning officer to come and make a declaration to us. This is still Channel 1 TV, bringing you live pictures from the Electoral Commission's Regional Collation Office here at its old headquarters situated at Ridge. Dr. Siribo Kweku, Director of Training, is approaching us, and what this means is that the Electoral Commission has a finality on the next line of action to be taken.
Good evening to all of you. You know, we cannot attest the fact that it has been a very hectic work. But I want the return officer to make his comments. After that, then I will address you.
Good evening, media. I hope you've all seen what is going on. Yesterday, we were left with 7 polling stations to go. We came today. We've been able to do 4 out of the 7. So we are left with 3 more. We brought our presiding officers here. 2 came, and they couldn't authenticate the statement of pool and declaration form. 1 said she can't come. So that is the 3 now. It's so unfortunate for me to make this statement that I'm done with Ablekuma North. They should find a new return officer to continue their work for them. Thank you.
You haven't got in there. You haven't got in there.
When you call me, I don't come.
You haven't got in there.
Mr. Shuko, what do you say to that?
Good evening once again. I think it is out of frustration that he's saying what he said. And I understand him, but I don't think that's the end of the road. We will get him back. I want to put on record that the Commission has no interest at all in who becomes the Member of Parliament. But we should be very careful of the precedent we set. It is the voter who decides who should be their leaders, be it presidential or parliamentary. We recruited our officials to go to the polling stations. They went there, and you, the media, you have a lot of the videos where some of our officers were assaulted. I think on Monday, we brought 2 ladies. One of them was said that she was assaulted, that's why he has to run away. Today, the lady we brought, we took us hectic time to convince her to come, that there will be security for her. So what we normally do is that we ask them not to come here direct, because they can be accosted on the road. So we ask them to report at the EC, the new office. Then we will bring them with ourselves, with police escorts. Now the allegation is that we took them there for them to be schooled by the commission. They mentioned the chairperson's name, Dr. Bosman's name, and if you ask any of them, they didn't meet these people. When they can, we give them place to sit. Myself and the arrows will just prepare them that they should get there. Said, all that we want to come and say here is the truth. And the truth is the truth. Fortunately, all the people we have brought here are other Muslims or Christians. And the foundation of their faith or our faith is the truth. Nobody has cooked anything. Now, we brought 6 people. 4 of them had validated or confirmed the figures. The gentleman who came just now initially didn't want to come. And the irony of it is that he teaches in the same school with the return officer. The guy who just he teaches, he said that he would never come. So we gave up, but later we came in. So initially he said that he cannot confirm it now, but you can confirm that. Now he came back and said that he has confirmed the figures for the candidates. But as for the rejected one, there were no rejected ballots, so that one he cannot accept it. That is the story. But I say that it's unfortunate. Because I want people who can stand by their work. This work was done less than a month now. Once you see your handwriting, you see your figures, nobody is putting a gun on your head. Tell the truth, and the truth will stand the test of time. So if this is what you said, we cannot force him to accept everything. But at least all of you heard that. For the vote for the candidates, they are correct. But that of the rejected ballot is what he is contesting. we'll go back. The other guy said that he can also not deny or affirm. We'll give ourselves time. There's another person who's a lady. He said that even if we bring Caterpillar, he will not come back because of what they have gone through. And my sadness is that if we are doing this to our own people, 2024 is not the only time we'll have election. We will have election in 2028. Are we sure that we will have dedicated people to come and serve Mother Ghana? Truth will always be the truth. So that's what I would say.
So, Axel, is there anything that can compel this lady you are referring to come and then confirm these documents for us? Because it appears the entire country has been held to ransom now.
Even the returning officer himself is saying that he will not come back again. So let's solve that problem. Like I said in the morning, I personally never knew any of them till I met them here. I never knew them. So the lady we are talking about, I don't know her. So how can I go and compare somebody I've never met before? It is only the presiding officer, the returning officer who recruited and trained them. So he's the one we can use. But if he himself is giving up, then where are we?
Can't they be compelled to do the needful because they were employed and paid, the work is not done yet. We need to finish this work. Can't they be
okay, let him also put the question back to you. If you force him here and he comes and says that I can neither confirm nor deny them, what will we do? So the person should come on his own volition that I'm coming to speak the truth. Then he comes and speaks the truth. Let him take you back to Domi Kwabenya. Domi Kwabenya, people are setting that as an example. The officer did not complete any form. It was when he finished and went home that he said that he didn't get the pink sheet for that, but he had the one for training. So he called the MPP agent. They said that on our tally sheet, we have the results there. So he WhatsApped the results to him. So it is a lady, to him. So to her. Then we invited the parties. NDC brought two of the carbonite sheets. It was not contested. We accepted because the return was then not this return because that one has also different. He said that he's comfortable that you use them. So the outstanding one, we used the tele card from the NDC to compete because nobody contested that one. So that's the story of the Kwabenya. But here, once the sheets are here and the two of them are saying, I accept part, I don't accept part, these are my signatures, these are my handwriting, and the rest. It puts us in a very awkward position. But we cannot force anybody to come and make any claim. That one would be bad on our side. But we believe that truth will be truth. We have not concluded anything. I've told you, even the return officer himself, he said he will not come here again. You have not addressed that you are talking of runoff. So let's address.
What is the position of the commission?
We have finished our work here for today. We are going to inform the commission what has transpired. Commission will have to engage the return officer. Based on what happens and the rest, they will know the way forward. Because the return officer himself is so frustrated. The irony of it is that he stays with the people, both the MPP and NDC people, in the constituency. Personally, even at Ablekuma that we are talking about, I don't know even where it is, let alone knowing the presiding officer. So he recruited the people and trained them. So we need him. And that's what we should all be talking to him, that he should not be out of frustration, give up. Technically, there were supposed to be 3. Return officers and 2 deputies. Have you seen any of the 2 here? You haven't. So let's ask ourselves, why are they not coming? And that's why I'm saying that I fear for our future elections. I fear for our future elections. But truth will always be the truth, no matter how you twist the facts.
So, just briefly, the journey from wherever those presiding officers are coming from to your headquarters could have been the same journey to this place where they will be protected by the security here. But you decided
how would they?
Just briefly, you decided to send them to your headquarters and bus them here, which has given grounds for the allegation of you compromising them before they get. If you have the opportunity again, you come them there.
We'll send them there again. The reason is that when they come here individually, they will have to be interviewed by the police. The police don't know them, right? But when they are coming to our office, there's no barrier, there's nothing. So they will come there, We pick them. All the electoral officers and the rest, we all go there. Then we are given buses and escorted by the police. So if you say they should come here individually, then they will come and confront the police and whoever they will confront. Don't forget that if the person comes and the person is attacked, it's also on us, right? So we bring them there so that under police escort, all of us can come and do our work.
So this process has been suspended now?
Did you hear the return officer? If you heard it, then I can't answer the question, unless you are not here.
He said he's done
Okay. Then when we get it back, we'll talk.
What do you have to say to
Okay, so gradually we are getting there. We have 281 polling stations in Ablekuma North. Gradually, 219, 200, it was left with 62. And by the grace of God, truth was turned. In the first place, I appreciate the justice system that we should go and collate. And I am firm. I want to say on record that I will fight this till end because I know I won. I have all my 281 pink sheets scanned. I did it immediately before the gentleman, the Kalamu gentleman, who came and tore everything from the Electoral Commission. He tore everything from the Electoral Commission. You can witness what was going on right now. He took one pink sheet and tore it, and it was taken from him. That has been the character in the constituency. Now, what it is that gradually we are left with 3 polling stations. By the grace of God, I'm leading comfortably. And that is the fear. I'm leading. I'm leading with how many votes? The total is 414 votes. Right now, I'm leading with 300 and something votes. And so, what it is that they know I have won. They are aware. The truth can never be hidden. It will definitely come out. Now, the gentleman who came, I don't know him. They also don't know him. Well, this morning, I learned some of them were calling the presiding officers not to come. And so that is what I heard. But right now, the gentleman went and came back. Now, I want to put this on record. He said, the handwriting is my handwriting. The signature is my signature. The figures are correct. But as for one rejected ballot, he can't confirm. And he remembers that there was no rejected. It doesn't exclude the truth. The truth we are looking for is the figures. If the figure is correct, which he confirmed 4 times, that as for the figure is correct, my handwriting is correct, the signature is my signature. But he remembers that there was no rejected ballot. That is 1. 2, the other paper that was put before him from the NDC has been altered. And you can see clearly that was original pink sheet from Electoral Commission. Now, the other one from them has been altered. And you can see that the figure, they've altered the figure, leaving the guy's signature and everything. Okay. So the guy said, with this original one, I did it. I can confirm. But with the rejected one, I remember there was no rejected ballot. My conclusion is that we started from 281, right? I'm still leading, and we are left with 3. The 3 pink sheets that are left, I'm leading. Even the pink sheets, the 3 pink sheets alone, I'm leading over 100. And so whatever it is, however it will be, patience reigns. We will definitely get there. And finally, Ekuya Owusu Friye will be the MP elect in Ablekuma. There was so much lawlessness yesterday in our constituency. Whether Ekuya Friye has won or not, give it to our candidate. Where from this? We are setting a bad precedent that will take generation on in a negative way. Because if 2028, we're going for election, and the NPP also gets up to say, look, this is what you did the last time. We are going to repeat or do the same thing, do you think it will go well for us? No.
Do you suspect someone put the rejected ballot?
No. Probably my thinking is that probably the gentleman, since he confirmed everything on the paper, probably he might have forgotten one rejected. Probably, that's my mind. Yes.
So colleagues, and so far, thank you very much for your presence. I think that my candidate has said it all. If you look at it, and very soon, the party is going to publish our copies of the pink sheets that were given. And you see the names of those presiding officers and the agents for the various parties, and the numbers attributed to all. We are not going to overstretch it. All that we are saying is that truth is the truth. And come what may, if you look at collation from 281 pink sheets, all indications are clear. We will be patient. We'll hear from the EC when they want to come out.
The NDC appears to want a rerun.
We will hear from the EC. The decision is the EC. We have the pink sheet. We'll publish for you to see. Thank you very much.
Finally, we have the presidential sheet from the same people. You see, we have the presidential results, the correct, authentic one, just like the one that was exhibited right now. We have the same thing, and that one, the time will get there, that presidential pink sheet will be compared to know the handwriting, the signature, the number of people who registered at the polling station. There is nothing different.
Thank you very much. So that is a clear free.
Don't leave me. Charlie, come and hold it.
The NDC also has something to say with respect to the determination made by the Electoral Commission.
Thank you very much. I think media, we are grateful. We all saw what happened here. We didn't bring the POs. It is the Electoral Commission themselves that brought the POs. And just as Dr. Sripo said, the POs were sent to the headquarters of EC, where they were given the pink sheet, even at the EC office. They were given the pink sheet to look at it. And that's when they come, all that they need from them is to say, yes, it is their signature, they confirm. You yourself brought your own POs. They came here, and 2 out of the 6 rejected and said they do not confirm what is on the pink sheet. But I want Dr. Sribo to know this. 2 of the polling stations are out of contention because 2 of the POs have disputed the figure on those polling stations. So it is a non-starter. Those 2 polling stations can never be attended to. The only polling station that can be attended to is the polling station with the code C161205A. And the total voter population there is 403. Technically, what it means is that these 2 polling stations that the POs rejected amounts to 599 total. So there is no way EC can declare anybody winner of this election. The worst they can do, we are telling you, we reject all their scanned pink sheets. All have been authenticated, and we are telling them we are going back to court and we will run 62 polling stations in Ablekuma.
Thank you very much. So that is the NDC in Ablekuma North giving indication of their objection to any plans to declare the final results. The news here today is that the Electoral Commission was expected to collate results for 7 polling stations. It brought its presiding officers to authenticate results on pink sheets that were available to them. 4 of their officers were able to confirm 2 of them says they couldn't confirm. Out of these 2, one actually confirmed the results attained by the NPP and the NDC candidate, but he said that there was no rejected ballot at his polling station, and if there is any rejected ballot, then that means that particular pink sheet cannot be the original pink sheet. The returning officer, who is frustrated or appears frustrated by events, says this is the last time he will be making himself available for any collation whatsoever, and that he would not be returning to the Electoral Commission's offices when he's asked to do so. The Electoral Commission says it is going to take a decision on the matter and will let Ghanaians know what next for Ablekuma North. So the position here is that the issues in Ablekuma North have not been resolved yet, and 3 polling stations, as we speak now, are outstanding, and the Electoral Commission is expected to make a determination on this. Reporting for Channel 1 News, Hansen Ajiman.
And here in the studio, my name is Charles Osukumin. Ablekuma North, the only outstanding constituency from the December 7 elections, continues to be a difficult problem for the Electoral Commission. We now await the decision of the Commission. When they make that decision, we'll be sure to communicate to you, our cherished viewers. My name is Charles Osukumin. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.